Yes, hello, karibu. Welcome to our show today. Leo ni ile siku ambayo for the first time tumesikia Raila Odinga akiwa attacked hiyo pande ya Murembe. There is a lot which has happened in Murembe Nation, and we want to appreciate the one-term team. Mimi nafikiria naona sasa one-term team imeanzia kupata mizizi. I can see we have taken over the city, and I think our rally in Murembe is going to be very good. I wish Gachagua can be there until the next Sunday. And based on what Gachagua has done in Murembe Nation, I feel now we have the enough momentum even to go in Kisumu and have a rally. Nimeona Gachagua akienda Murembe, he actually went through the Kisumu International Airport. So, karibu sana, it is one of the best momentum. And sijui kama for the first time umesikiliza leo, na nitawachezea hiyo video. Actually, Matiang'i leo amekuwa more, he has been more clear. Ameita watu mpaka wajinga. I think maybe somebody could have spoken with Matiang'i very quickly. Matiang'i's speech leo was a bit tough. It was not like what he was doing in Kameme the other day, or in the Citizen the other day. I think Matiang'i has been let aware that Kenyans do not want stupidity, and the polarization in Kenya is very high, and we need those polarizing people so that we can be able to be joined together. So unaona hata siku hizi siasa ya ile siasa ya Kasongo ya ujinga ati ya kuunganisha. Si mnaona siasa ya kuunganisha iliisha, ati tunataka kuunganisha. Hiyo siasa ya ujinga iliisha, ati tunataka kuunganisha. That is stupidity is gone. So now siasa ya saa hii ni tunapambana na mwizi, tunapambana na mchawi, tunapambana na muuaji, and that is the script. And any person within opposition ama within our front who is not ready kuita Ruto hiyo majina, he is just a mole. For now, we are dealing with a murderer, a killer, a thief, any manner of sense. So that is the script. So you can see, like, I know we are planning ourselves, whichever the day we will have the election, we just want the country to be very polarized and ready for always opposition globally has advantage. And we cannot refuse to take advantage as opposition by fearing Ruto. So the messaging has to be very clear and direct. And we have to be clear and direct. And we have to say the enemy we are fighting with. So here India ati ya kupitia kando unataka kucheza diplomacy, it will not work. You can see Gachagua akienda Western Kenya anaweka yote. Yes. People are hungry. I've also heard that people in Homa Bay have been very tough. Na mazishi ya Albert, vitu inaendelea huko. I don't know how true it is, but nilikuwa nikisikia ni kama like a police station imechomwa huko kwa kina. So in other words, Homa Bay things are not good. So I don't know if Ruto will be able to attend that burial. I don't know if ODM will be able to do their usual politicking. Mimi naona hiyo mazishi ya Albert wasare tu. I don't see hiyo mazishi if the government will be able to. Na kuna vile nimeona, by the way, Wajaruo wajaenda kwa Kasongo. In fact, Wajaruo wanaweza pita kwa Tana kwa roundabout. Wajaruo tuko na wao. Nimeanalyze hiyo story ya leo, Wajaruo wako pande yetu. Wajaruo wako pande yetu. Angalia vizuri. Wajaruo wako pande yetu. Maybe hata kama Wajaruo wameenda sio wote. There is a sizable number of people who are understanding the tribulations happening in our nation. Anyway, let me look And by the way, before I continue, kuna vile Wajaluo ni kama watapiga roundabout hivi warudi. Yeah, I have seen hao watu wajaenda, kuna we can get them. I don't think Ruto should count rules in his team. I don't think. Kulingana vile nimeona hao Wajaluo ni kama samaki kwa maji. Zile samaki zao. Unataka kushika samaki na maji na uwezi shika. Hao Wajaluo hawa. Let me also eulogize somebody. Yeah, let me eulogize somebody here. Let me eulogize somebody here. Unajua hii TV yetu ni ya kimataifa bana. Let me eulogize somebody. Yeah, I want to eulogize this young man. Yeah. I don't know ni gani nacheza vizuri. Anyway. Anyway, let me eulogize that young man. We lost him around 15 hours ago. He is called Diogo Jota. He is a Liverpool player. He wears is it shirt number? I think shirt number 20. Yeah, you will never walk alone. Yeah, Diogo Jota. Yeah, so a very young man, potential, 28 years old. Yes, and it is true. The young man had just done his wedding. So I think the girl is devastated. In fact, this death has happened like another one which happened in Meru of my classmate. Kuna kijana tulikuwa tunasoma na yeye university. It happened the same way. Huyo kijana ni wa kutoka Meru. Tulikuwa tunamuita Mudhomi. Mudhomi was my classmate. Mudhomi, we have just graduated in the late decade of 2010s. We have just graduated our undergraduate, and Mudhomi Joki, after graduating, he has done a wedding. Not Mudhomi Joki, just Mudhomi. Alikuwa anaitwa Mudhomi. Mudhomi used to be my friend. He was a good boy. Musomi. Yani, I'm just connecting this death of Diogo Jota with Mudhomi, and just to explain what happened. So Mudhomi, we graduated on 10th December. We graduated on 10th December. And so we graduated on 10th December. On 15th, he has a wedding. On 15th, we have a wedding for Mudhomi. So I'm a graduate 10th December. 15th, we have a wedding. That is 5 days. So I want to show you how these ceremonies moved on. Graduation ceremony. Arusi 15th ceremony. On the 23rd, 2 days to Christmas, we are burying Mudhomi. We are burying Mudhomi. So I was in that burial in Meru, and I saw a young lady who has just lost her husband. How it looks like. I've not interacted with that family since then because najua tulikuja tukatapaka. It's almost It's almost now 15 years. I've not interacted with that family again, but I saw losing a husband even before honeymoon, how it looks like. It's unfortunate that the wife of Mudomi actually will never get a kid from Mudomi, even though they were married together. So that was actually the bitterness. So I talked with that girl. So she could not believe that the man who they had dated for so long and then finally they have come to marry, I will never have a kid with that man. So, and that was the devastation. I don't know if the girl was able to move on. Hata kama saa zingine watu wanasemanga it is possible you can get out past that and you can still get another man and get married. It was not easy. So yeah, it is true, we know you can go to a second marriage, but even if you go to the second marriage, this first one, which just ended up uncertainly, it is still in your brain. So it is the same thing which has happened to Diogo Jota, the Liverpool player. I don't think even the wife and his sijui kama but maybe for football players saa zingine wanakuanga wamezaa. Maybe Diogo Jota, hebu niwaangalilie, maybe they had saa zingine these people marry early, maybe pengine ilikuwa tu harusi. So Diogo Jota, let me see if he has children. Yeah, Diogo Jota, a football player, had 3 children with his partner, Rute. Oh, they have children. They have son named Dennis, born in 2021, a daughter born in 2023. Maybe the younger brother and the hana mtoto. And by the way, they have died, both of them. Amekufa pamoja na brother yake, who is also a footballer. So that's what is happening. So it's a very serious tragedy. Yeah. So saa zingine kifo ikikuja imekuja. They were having the best vehicles in this world, Lamborghini. They were driving in a Lamborghini. So saa zingine it is not even actually the status of the car which you are driving in. So I think kifo ikifika imefika, because I think that vehicle rolled and it burst into flames. I have seen in some newspaper where they are showing the accident scene. It's an ugly scene. I don't think even they will be able to. I think even the body has been burnt. I think miili imechomeka, because nimeona hiyo gari vile inakaa, the vehicle looks totally worn out. One of the best, unajua hizi Lamborghini, this high modern Lamborghini vehicles, this unajua this Porsche cars, I think they drive at a speed of close to 200 miles per hour. Ni hizi magari noma. Ukiona gari kama hiyo ina road na inaisha yote. So anyway, that is what happened. So we have lost Diogo Jota. So any person who supports Liverpool, it's a third day in Anfield. I could see people putting flowers. So I just decided we remember the young man. Yeah, no one deserves to die, especially at a young age. Lakini sasa saa zingine tutasema nini? At times we always say that ni mpango ya Mungu, but that is Diogo Jota. So I know you are not footballer. So Anna anasema kitu, scientifically perhaps after 8 years she can move on. So Anna, are you trying to tell me that oh yeah, Mbudi anasema it cannot be 200 yeah, it was there are these classic vehicles yeah, this easy magari you know, these footballers these footballers, they don't drive they don't drive these simple cars. I think they drive it's ni kama zile gari, ni kama ile gari iliua kijana wa SK Macharia. So unajua hata SK Macharia aliuawa na this ilikuwa inaitwa ni Porsche, this I think Porsche, yeah. Pia kuna kijana wa SK Macharia alikufa on an accident also. using these classic vehicles. Yeah. So umeniambia ati msichana anaweza move on 8 years, lakini atasahau jamaa yake kweli? Huyu jamaa the man of his youth atasahau kweli, hata kama atapatana na jangili mwingine? Ana, are you sure that wanaume wanasaurika haraka hivyo? I don't know about 8 years. So hata kuanga anasema nilikuanga na jamaa anaitwa Diogo Jota who used to love me very much, na sasa hiyo ako kwako, ako kwa mtu mwingine. I don't know. Anyway, mimi sijui hapo inacheza aje. Maybe I don't know how. Yes, it also unasema unasema it is scientific. So unasema after 8 years you are forgot. So in other words unasema wanaume wanasaurika after miaka 8. So tuache mambo. So in other words, you are saying yeah, especially because you know we have those people who lose their wives, not wives, their husbands at a young age. Mumeoana, you lose your husband in your 20s or in your 30s. So you are saying after 8 years it is possible. Budi anasema ati men forget after a while, but women it depends. Akipata mtoto copyright ya mwanaume aya. So bwana Budi, so you want to say kuna watoto wanakaa copyright kuna wale watoto wanakaa mzee kabisa, yani ukiangalia tu mtoto unaona tu huyu mtoto tu ni wa huyu mtu. Yeah, so I don't know how the healing process happens, but I tend to believe it is naturally heavy. I have even met old mothers who lost their husbands in their 40s, 50s, and they still, unasikia kama raikawa mama wakijiintroduce, mimi naitwa Juliana. Nini nitakwambia na Kikuyu, because wamama wa Kikuyu ndio wanapenda kusema hii, mimi naitangwa Juliana wa mzee alikuanga anaitwa Kiora, yule mzee ambaye alikufanga pale 1983. Kama mnakumbuka yule mzee aligongangwa na gari sijui, lakini I think for some time I used to hear wamama wakijiintroduce hivyo, wale wamama si wamama wa sahi, wamama wa sahi hawezi sema, but I used to hear hawa mama hata wakiwa pahali like maybe that woman is she is speaking somewhere in a place, unasikia akisema mimi naitwa Karen, beta wa Karen wa muthuri wetagwo Ndungu, Ndungu wirigite gwitwo yule Ndungu aliitwa mwaka ya 1990, yule ambaye tulimpoteza aligonja. Yani you hear women are always identifying themselves even with their dead husband. I don't think today's women do that, and I have not heard it. Hebu nisikia hapa, wacha nisome hapa ati for men it is short lived at least a year. Alex Budi anasema ati alikula akicheka akipapi copyright bro. Kipulila anasema ati if a woman finds a new supporting man you are forgotten, so unasahaulika, hata picha zinashukishwa. Is that what you mean? Picha zinashukishwa, so wewe unakuwa tu ni marehemu mwenda zake. So I don't know hiyo period ya mwenda zake inakuanga for how long? Mwenda zake for how long? Ni mwenda zake for what period of time? Men forget after a while, but women it depends. Okay. So anasema absolutely. Anyway, it's something which people, there's nothing bad for a lady who wants to move on, but there is nothing bad for a lady who wants to move on but has a son looking exactly 100 like his ex. Painful. Ati iya unaweza zikwa na weekend ameleta dem. Anyway, that one was a comic relief and at the same time to sympathize with the family of this young man. Yeah, I think wazungu wazai sana, so I don't know if Jotas work on watoto wengine. So I think the mother and the father of this kid, I think he has lost everything. Losing two kids in the same tragedy is not very good. Losing two kids in the same tragedy, yeah, it was extreme. So Bwana Mbudi, Matiang'i wako leo ni kama ametoa miguu kwa ametoa miguu kwa ngunia. Acha ni kuangalia ndio Jota ako na mabrothers wangapi, siblings. Yeah, so he was born in Palto. Ndio Jota parents and siblings. Naona baba na mama pale. Yeah. Anyway, at least Joaquim and Isabel Silva, and his younger brother Andre. To get them so that level. Yeah, inakaa ni wawili tu. A family shattered by tragedy. It destroyed a family. Joaquim and Isabel lost both sons in a single night. Yeah, they are only two. Yeah, so wow. Ndio hii hapa wameandika Diogo Jota parents lost their only two children. His wife lost her husband and his three kids lost their father. As much as a shock we are all in now, I can't begin to imagine how they must be feeling. My heart cries for them, man. Yeah. So, two brothers, the only siblings to each other. And ingiza Budi. Aya, Budi karibu. So away from that tragedy, leo nimesikiliza speech ya Matiang'i wakiwa na kina Gachagua. Nimesikia pahali akisema ujinga. And I saw like people want that explosive speeches. So the speeches are like you are playing lukewarm. So I don't know, Bwana Mbudi, to some extent, have you managed to listen to I have keen interest with Matiang'i because Bwana Gachagua is playing like a peseta, and I have seen that one happening well. Gachagua doesn't seem clearly, or doesn't seem like to be so much pivoted to be like wanting to be the president. I think Gachagua is trying to push these people. So we are now looking at this. We are looking at Matiang'i, Kalonzo, all of these people. And today I have seen some improvements from Matiang'i. I have seen that speech. I liked it at least. So can you comment about it? Ama unataka kwanza zichezwe?
No, let me, because it's unajua ni holiday, so I'm driving towards Texas, so I stopped waheshimiwa wapumzike kidogo, because I will be listening, but I won't talk. I think you have not listened. I think the biggest news ambayo ingekushtua not Matiang'i rhetoric. I think a few people have noticed what I said before last general election. Said we are building a goon that in the future it's going to be very difficult for us. I never vouched for Simba Arati for many, many reasons. One of the reasons is I did go to church with Simba Arati, the Reruta Satellite SDA Church. He was our youth leader. And at that particular time, I understood him as my leader in many ways. Today, or rather yesterday, Simba Arati came and abused Gachagua. I don't know if you saw that. Maybe you haven't seen that. And the misinterpretation that I got out of the mountain is the one that really shocked me. This is what I want you to put that speech of Simba Arati. And I don't want people to forget who Simba Arati. I want us to play as many clips for Simba Arati to understand Simba Arati, how he plays his politics of division, and how he is smooth, he's a soft lander when it comes to that. But yesterday it failed terribly. And I will give you a synopsis and a preamble for that. But let me say what he said. He said, watu walitaka kukuja hapa kushout one time. Wakwenda huko hatuwataki hapa. Tuliwakatasha wasikuje hapa. You saw Matiang'i giving Baraza a warning. To a point he says, ujinga. Ujinga too. The governors, using the county commanders, have been told in one way or the other they are going to be the blockade that Ruto and Raila are going to use, more especially since the ministries that Raila got was on the behest that he must deliver or create a perception that will help steal the election. Now, it failed terribly in Kakamega. By the time it was failing, Simba Arati foresaw it and came and apologized. But the damage was already gone. The damage at home is, and I've said it here, and people are thinking I'm playing. Simba is a one-term governor. Simba is going nowhere, but it's not going to be replaced by Onyonka. Onyonka, we will not allow him to become our governor. He doesn't have the capacity to become a governor. Watch this young man, Kibagendi. Take it to the bank. Every day, Simba Arati is making mistakes that will put that boy to be put to be a governor. It's because they come from the same area. With who? With Onyonka. One has to cede a seat for the other. A governor cannot be in the same village, and the governor and the senator cannot come from the same village. So they have to sit down and talk in regard to that. But Simba Arati is gone. Simba Arati was castigated today by 90% of the cases. People questioned who was he talking on behalf when he actually abused Gachagua openly. And he said he will make sure the people who come to say one time in Kisii must seek permission from him. Though he came back and recanted, I think the damage was already done. Now, Simba was doing two things. He was passing a master. He was striking two master stroke at the same time, which failed. First and foremost, he was working for his master Raila Amolo Odinga, because in the party that is going to be for the Kisii people, Onyonka and Simba Arati cannot be in the same party. So Simba is looking to make sure that ODM remains relevant in Kisii. But trust me, 101%, ODM will never win any seat in Kisii anymore. The day Raila came and said the things he said in his mock consultation, that was the end of him. The day he came to the stadium and he was chased in front of Raila Amolo Odinga, that was the end of it. There is no redemption for that man. Totally. There will be no redemption for Raila Amolo Odinga, which is a good thing for the democracy of Kenya. The other thing is Arati is afraid that he's losing all the MCS because the MCS are aligning themselves now with Matiang'i. And one thing he has done, he has performed dismally. And the only reason that we have not been able to attack him is, as PK always tells us, wakati uko tu na ndume moja peke yake na hauna nduma yoyote na uko na ng'ombe nyingi, you just, hata kama hiyo ndume ni kigwete ama haifanyi kazi, it cannot impregnate a cow. You just hold, just in case, hata mnaweza ifanyia anything, artificial insemination, to allow it to do what? To give you the specimen you need in order for posterity to happen. Now that Matiang'i has come, nobody is holding on to Simba Arati. And therefore, he said what he said so that the other community may think that it is Matiang'i who sent Simba Arati to speak that way, and other communities will reject him so that Simba Arati can continue to be relevant. On that, again, he failed terribly. Now, on that context and content, after all these things had happened, Matiang'i realized the rebuttal people had in regard to his interview. And he realized the only thing people will want to hear from him is not diplomacy. He must catch the fire of Gachagua. And he has no option. He tried today, but I think he's still below the bar. That is not enough for the people of Kenya. He has to go head on. If you realized today, I was not mesmerized by the issue of cousins, which was really the core message. But it is the structure of how Gachagua anataka kupanga hawa watu. From his mindset, you could listen from Luanda to Kakamega and the other four stoppages that they had. You could understand how Gachagua in his mind, he wants kupanga watu so that this will be the winning team. Now, when he went to Luanda, every time he was introducing the Luya leaders, if you play the clips for today, you will realize he will start with Governor Natembeya. Ni kijana wenu, ndio. To neutralize everything, because Eugene has been with him, then he will mention Eugene. And then later on, he will come and in terms of, how do you call it? In terms of positioning, he will put Natembeya number 1, Eugene number 2, and he will make sure that he speaks about Malala, but he will tell Malala that you are below these two. In my making of the Luya nation, these two are above you, though you are in my party. And therefore, you must listen to them. For instance, you heard him say, mutapea huyu jamaa kazi ya ugavana? Wakasema ndio. Mutatoa baraza? Ndio. Kasema, mukikataa kumtoa, nitampea kazi basi, kama nyinyi mutamunyima. Which will worry Cleophas Malala. Because Cleophas Malala, from what I have looked at, he's ambitious to take the Luya nation from the hands of Wetangula and who? And Mudavadi. But I think from the ingenuity of Gachagua, he has realized that that may not be possible. Malala will not be the right person to do this job. The person who is fearless and has the capacity to go head on collision, because ulisikia hata yeye mwenyewe akisema Natembeya kuwa mnajua mimi ni mabus ama mimi ni mshukwa wa kisiasa, nimeshikwa mara nyingi, watu wakasema ndio, na siogopi kushikwa tena. So I like how Gachagua is preparing the minds of those that he's leading, more especially at this particular time. The truth is, Gachagua is the patron of that movement. Neither is Kalonzo nor Matiang'i. All of them are under him. Now, when it came to presidential. I don't know if it was coincidence or it was intentional. He was introducing Matiang'i as his first bet, because I kept on asking, why is he saying after that bolted interview? I thought Gachagua should understand the mood of the nation. If you are not delivering, we are not going to waste time on you, especially me. Me, after I saw that first interview of Matiang'i, after he came, that, he deflated me totally. I totally agreed with Kip partially on the first day that he failed before even he started. But nevertheless, the issue of Julia is still legitimate. Core, we still must work together. We have no option. Now, Matiang'i must understand this. When Wamunyoro says this over and over, and he repeats it in every stop, that ikiwa hautakuwa na sisi, we sahau maneno yako imeisha. I think that's a thin veiled attack to the man Kalonzo Musyoka. And Kalonzo Musyoka, in as much as he might put that confidence that he's still with us, he must understand that his association and his meetings with Ruto at night have been leaked out intentionally by the UDA government so that to embarrass him. But Kalonzo must understand that what Wamunyoro is saying might be true. He's preparing the Kamba nation that if he leaves the coalition, he lives by himself, not with the people. So Kalonzo should be very scared. For Matiang'i, I think still that does not resuscitate, the blow he gave himself. Yes, he came out hard. He was, apart from Wamunyoro, I think he was the only one again who came after Baraza. He needs to do more. And that is not going to be done in rallies alone. He needs to do what Muturi has done, and he also needs to do what Munyoro has done. Have your own TikTok or primetime TV, or meet your supporters in social media and say everything or a little bit of what you need to say so that you can keep the establishment, not only those in the government, the funders of UDA and the newfound coalition on toes. That is the only thing that is going to resurrect Matiang'i. His speeches right now do not matter at all, at all, at all. But then you have to be wary about people like Arati right now. He has already shown that no matter what, he's going to die with ODM. His statement was unfortunate, and it must be played over and over and over for people to understand who actually Simba Arati is. We must expose him so that he will not be the reason why other people may think that the Kisi people are not voting on the one-term thing. Because the way he spoke about one-term, I think was so embarrassing to himself, not to the community. And this is the backdrop of that. It's because he knows whether he comes to this coalition, he will have no space at the table, because him and Onyonka are not looking eye to eye. And there is nothing Matiang'i can do right now to reconcile Onyonka and Simba Arati. So one has to go this way, one has to go this way. And I think when he attacked Onyonka, when I saw the comments, I was a little bit liberal to see where do people gravitate to. I think watu waliambia Simba Arati, when you want them, secondly, uspende. Onyonka is your senator and he has all the right to tell you where you go wrong. That is his job. So I saw people like Naftali Obocha come and talk today who have been silent for a very long time. I saw the former governor coming out to condemn Matiang'i. I saw the former minister for education coming out to condemn, not Matiang'i, to condemn Simba Arati. So the unfortunate statements that were made today by Simba Arati, they are not the rhetoric from Omogusi community. we welcome Wamunyoro to Kisi, and we have said it over and over. Whether whether Matiang'i invites him or not, we have nothing to do with that. We, as the people, are ready to send William Samoei Ruto home on the next election. I think on that I will stop there. But there's a lot to speak now that Ella is here, so that he can also be open enough to tell us what he saw in Homa Bay. And that is what I've been saying, that you are suppressing your own people as if you don't want them to do anything. You suppress maandamano. You suppressed what is called kwenda the streets when Ojwang died. But today, in the epic of bringing the body back home, you could not suppress the pain the people are feeling. And today they came out and showed the whole country that, look, they are willing to repent for what they did in Madaraka Day. But not only that, even stop their own leaders to come and speak in the funeral of Ojwang, which is the only way to take the curse they put on themselves by sleeping in the whole night that they are waiting for a speech from Ruto, knowing very well is the one who is persecuting them, is the one who has been lynching them, is the one who has been killing them. Or in all this maandamano, when was he sanitized? Is the seat of treasury enough to bring back life to all the young people who have been killed because they were agitating, a change of the regime? I think those are the two main things that happened today in Kenya: the issue of Simba Arati, the issue of Matiang'i, and the body of Ojwang coming back home, and this and the torching of the police station. I want to see how Kipchumba Murkomen is going to respond on that. Now that he said you cannot approach, yes, the people of Homa Bay approach and banned a police station. We want to see their reaction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I think that one is quite apt and very well explained. I think you feel Matiang'i needs to do more. Maybe he will take more. He is still learning. I think he is on that political process, but I hope he should be able to learn very quickly on the high-octane politics in Kenya. Now, his jets have to start releasing full fluid. So today there was a bit of improvement, but not enough. So we expect more in days to come, because Gachagua seems like the pace setter, and maybe these are the people who should be the president. Neutral, go ahead. Neutral, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, Angelo, as you know, I'm a neutral participator in this channel, and I say so because I think I'm not neutral because it's a thing that I want to do for the softness of it, or just avoiding heavy lifting. No, I'm neutral because I know that we are being tribally divided. It's a class war. I believe that it's a class war. It's not a tribal war. It's a class war, and that's why I have to be neutral. Okay. Now, I listened to my brother Alex, and there was a lot of drama, which for me, I do understand why he's bringing the names of Arati and all these people, but the dramatis persona does not really, for me personally, in my biased opinion, I don't think it's as important as what is happening in the country. I'm a true left-wing, I'm a socialist, and I believe that what is happening is a class war, okay? And the young people, plus the people who want change, they are trying to navigate through a class war. It might sound very abstract, very theoretic, but that's what I believe. Personally, that's what I believe. Now, I will just give a short of one thing that happened apparently today in Nyanza, when the mourners who carried the casket of Ojwang, they decided to stage a protest at the police station with the body of the victim. These things have never happened in the way they're happening. And I wouldn't want to extol the Luo community and say that this is something that also only happens in Luo land and cannot happen anywhere else. Because I know that Kenyans are very angry and this can happen in any part of Kenya, And I believe that what is happening now is that we are near the edge, because you've seen police officers who are ready to revolt. They're rebellious about the orders that they're getting. And that's a sign that we're in a very, very dangerous situation where people are ready to dismiss the system, even if they're working for the system. We've seen countries where people literally decided, no, I cannot continue to protect the state of affairs, so I will side with the Wananchi. And I think that's where we are at the moment. Personally, that's my view. I think that it's important to state things the way they are, that police officers, the securocrats are being forced to speak in a certain way, to do things in a certain way, but they know that what they want is the same change that the people are clamoring for. And it doesn't matter tribe. I think it's a class war. So for me, I believe that because of that, 7th of July, which is Sabasaba, the people will come out stronger. There are some police officers who are still going to kill people. Unfortunately, that's the situation. Next week, on Monday or Tuesday, there will be police officers who are gun trotting and they will be ready to shoot and kill. Okay? And this is so unfortunate, because for me, I was thinking that how this can be avoided is that while people are, amassing themselves to get to a demonstration in big numbers, the trade unions can involve themselves. Now I've seen that I've blamed the NGOs for quite some time, but I think there's some NGOs now that are ready to fight this process to the end. But when this happens next week, where people are going to demonstrate again the Sabasaba, and the young people who are demonstrating, they have said they have nothing to lose. You've seen the TikToks. They say they have nothing to lose. They're ready to die. Okay? But the people who are in charge of this process, sorry, I was receiving a call there. I've just stopped it. I'm sorry about that.
Unaweza chukua simu, unajua inaweza kuwa it is the difference between you and life. Can you take the phone?
No, it's not. There's a Kenyan friend who is in fact just wanting to share with me all these things that we're talking about. But I believe that
utaachwa, anaweza kuwa ni bibi, utaachwa. Nilikupigia, ulikuwa wapi?
Hapana, si hivyo. So kitu najaribu kusema hapa, ndugu yangu, Kenyans are not afraid at this stage, because Mr. Ruto asked a critical question the other week, how do you want me to go? Have you ever imagined, like I've never seen any president in anywhere in the world asking such a question, which means that the center of power is very weak at the moment. You see how this man panics so much. Baka, he went, he replaced the generals in the army, and so fast because of what is happening. And people think at ECG, the ODM people, they're into Ruto or Bana. Those people, listen, Luo Nyanza, those people who are bargaining with the state are into that there for themselves. There's nothing there that they're doing which is like to change the dynamics of 2027. So when we're discussing this, what happened today, when people went with the coffin of Mr. Ojwang to the police station, that is something so graphic. Yani, I've never seen anything like this. It's something I've never seen. And I think that it goes to show how people's power can present itself. You never know what's coming next. We can laugh, and Kenyans do laugh at tragedy in order for them to cope with what they're going through. This is something of mental psychosis. It's something which happens when trauma presents itself to an individual or people en masse. And that's what's happening in Kenya. We think that Kenyans are stupid at the OSG. They're laughing at their own pain. That's true. But if this thing snaps, it will snap. And I am very, very afraid for Mr. William Ruto, because I don't think he cares what can happen. Because there are two things that he thinks that are arranged, are arranged for him. Number one, the Western powers to protect him, and also the local powers, Kina Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, and the man who runs Tanzania. And when I say the man who runs Tanzania, Tanzania is not run by the lady who is in power. It's run by the previous president. That's the person who runs Tanzania.
You are talking of Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete?
Yes, Kikwete is the person. A Tanzanian person will tell you, Kikwete is the person who is in charge of the country called the Republic of Tanzania. He is the one who is the person who has the levers of power in that country. So Ruto is happy about these regional things that is happening, and the larger Western and maybe even now, not even Western, but some blocks of power beyond the Western powers. Okay, and this is what he believes. But the people have said that they are so angry, and this thing can snap. And it doesn't matter if it was Ruto, any person who was in power now, the level of damage what Kenyans have seen is enough for a person to say, look, I'm resigning now. But when I saw the young people, and okay, most of them were young people today, they carried that coffin of Ojwang. The family was so frustrated. This person was removed from Mawego Technical area. Mawego is just after Kindu Bay. You go CG from you can go through a place called road Ikopany and drive about 10 kilometers through to Kindu Bay, or you can drive from Homa Bay side to Mawego. These people removed this Ojwang from there. You know, that part of lowland is actually as green as Kisii. They grow the same things that the Gusii people grow.
Converge, yeah? Converge.
Yes, my convergence is just to relate, you know, to make people comfortable with the fact that this is where this person came from, okay? I like to share this, you know, I don't like to just say political comments. But it's to show that this person came from somewhere. And he has been lifted from somewhere. And this same thing is happening not just to a person from Homa Bay, it is happening to people from various parts of the country. But right now, the people who believe that they're in charge of Mr. Ruto's temporary power, honestly, right now, I think the people who believe that they're really, really in charge is the people of Northeastern. You know, and I have nothing against them, but I still believe that the people of Northeastern have the levels of power for Mr. Ruto right now, because you can see the guy of DCI. You've got this guy, the former electoral commission person, is in some organization. You got this senior army generals. There's something that is happening which will reflect itself in 2027. And also, it is unfortunate because they're using this particular community because they believe that this is a neutral community which cannot be bashed. There cannot be tribal sentiments against them. But I believe that what Mr. Rigathi Gachagua is doing right now is good for Kenya, because whatever happens to Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, he's really open to say what we have never even imagined of listening to. And I think it's a very fantastic opportunity for all Kenyans at the moment that we have someone who can speak openly, whether we like him or not, or, you know, about what is happening to our country right now. So I'm really interested to know, what is it that Kenyans want to do, you know, ahead of the Sabasaba, or even on Sabasaba. I don't want a Sabasaba where people are going to be killed. Yani, when Kenyans are going for these protests and they get shot dead, even one person, for me, that is a massive defeat. I can't handle this. And we know that people are going to demonstrate on Monday or Tuesday next week. And we know that some people are going to die. Why? That is something so difficult for me. I don't know how we can change this situation, even for next week, because we know that that's one of the things that will happen because of the arrogance of the state practitioners, what they can do, because they're using that state banner to say, like, you know, what they've done. The parliament has decided to stage a bill that will mean that no one can protest around parliament or state house of Nairobi or the state lodges elsewhere. And then you've got these people who believe that Mr. Raila Odinga, because he's supporting the statecraft, they cannot protest. They cannot protest. That one is really annoying me. That people believe that because Raila Odinga and a certain cabal of people have said enough of the protests, they cannot protest. So that one is making our province where we come from look like the people who are avoiding reforms in Kenya. The other week I was told that I'm doing doublespeak, but I wasn't doing doublespeak. I was trying to clarify myself. This particular thing is annoying many people. You've seen it today at the funeral of Ojwang. That's the real thing that is happening in Luo Nyanza, what you saw today. Thank you.
Aya, sawa sawa. Judy, go ahead and percolate and tell us what you saw today, the high voltage politics in Western. I think there are some people who say Nyanza is also Western. I don't know, maybe I can be corrected about that. So kuna vile ni kama Kenya imeshift to Western sahi.
No, Nyanza has always been geographically Western because of the Kavirondo Gulf.
Yeah, so kuna hiyo mazishi in Western area ya Ojwang, which has even actually resulted into the burning of a police station, where I believe, according to wale wakereketo wa serikali, using their initial rhetoric, ni watu wa Madera na watu wa Embu na watu wa Meru walienda kuchoma hiyo police station. I think that is the rhetoric. So I think ni watu wa Mlima walienda kuchoma huko Western. Julia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think ni watu wa Murang'a walienda hapo wakalipwa na Gachagua wakaenda kuchoma hiyo police station. I want to see where Junet Mohammed is. He's one who has been talking that nonsense. And akina Kaluma. In fact, ODM members of parliament are the ones who have been talking this nonsense. The protesters came from one region. The protesters came from Thika Road. The protesters came. Mina shanga Thika Road akuishi Wajaluo. I mean, does Thika Road belong to Kikus only? So they have been trying to make it look like it is a Kikus who burnt up the police stations. Now we know the hired thugs were hired in Mount Kenya region to destroy property. Now, when I saw these people, first let me say I'm glad to see early changing, kind of, and trying to understand what's going on right now. Previously, early your argument has been like, you are either not on the ground or you're not in touch, or maybe you're not interested. But I think what you saw today, I think may touch to your heart and may help you understand exactly what people are feeling. Now, those people, when they walichukua hiyo mwili, I just watched the whole thing and I watched the way Citizen presented that information. It just broke my heart. You know, the presenter kept saying that the protesters, the mourners took the body and marched with it to the police station. This is the last spot where Ojwang was seen alive. You know, it just broke my heart. It broke their heart. That you people, you come for our own, you bring him here, and now we are bringing him back home dead in a coffin. It was so heartbreaking. So now I think that was a clear message to Raila Odinga and Ruto, that no matter how they sugarcoat all this blood-based government thing, is not going to work even in Nyanza. And I've been saying here, whether Nyanza people come out to vote for the opposition, they'll not come out to vote for Ruto. They might even just stay home. That is the most likely thing. Because they are also hurting. The other day, I understand Kaluma was trying to make it look like I don't know whether it's Kaluma or who, one of the ODM members of parliament, was saying that we are enjoying this government. And the people who voted for the government are not enjoying. So I'm asking myself whether what we saw today is as one of the signs of enjoyment of the people from Nyanza region. So is that an enjoyment? Barring their own out of police brutality? Is that what Kaluma was referring to? Because he was trying to make it look like Sasa watu wa mlima ndio walipigia Ruto kura. So they are the ones suffering. Everybody is suffering. Every Kenya is suffering. The only people who are not suffering are the ones eating with Ruto in the government. Raila Odinga, Akina Badi and the rest. Those are the ones eating. But the rest of us, whether Luo, Kikuyu, Kisi, Kalenjin, we are all suffering. And our people have to go through so much. Like Eli is saying that he hopes the protests will not resort to mass killings. That is the worry of every Kenyan. It means everybody is worried about the security of their people and the safety of their people. So history ya ODM at now we are enjoying and they are not, that is just nonsensical. I'm telling you, it's so nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. Everybody is suffering. In fact, I think the other communities are suffering more than the people from the mountain, based of their proximity to the city and based of the economic ability. So I hope, I personally saw that, and that was heartbreaking. That was inauma to see.
Julia, I wanted to bring this story of Shaima Hussein hapa. Have you heard of it? Ati ni kama ati wakereketo wa serikali wanaonywa, wanaambiwa, hebu soma vile nimewekea Shaima, ati politicians have been warned not to attend especially Karuma unless waseme one term. So kwa hivyo hata hii one term inapakolate huko Nyanza.
They want politicians. They told akina Wanga kuna wasiende kwa hiyo mazishi. Walikuwa watu wamekuwa wamekasirika. And akina Wanga are the one acting to be in the government, sini tuko kwa serikali. People are hurting on the ground. That what happened today in Homa Bay was a clear communication to the Ruto's government and Raila Odinga that people are hurting. And this thing that you bought our politicians, we did not buy into this. That is the messaging I got. And I am not happy about Ojwang's death. But this one, this coincidence has happened to remind the Luo Nyanza that you are not safe. It's like the story of Esther. Njiru nakumbuka Esther and Mordecai. Esther was married to the king. And there was a man called Haman who planned to get rid of all the Jews. But then Mordecai reminded Esther that you're also a Jew. If you don't stop this from happening, it will also affect you because you're a Jew. So what is happening to the Luo Nyanza is that no matter the fact that their leaders sold their souls to the devil, they are not safe. They are not safe from police brutality. They are not safe from the bad, harsh economic times. They are not safe for having to struggle to take their children to school. It is, I hope, that an eye-opener. When those who watched that, if personally it broke my heart, I hope every Luo person watched that and it broke their heart too. And it opened their eyes to see history ya kina Gaucho, the thuggery being perpetrated to Kenyans by the likes of Gaucho should not be tolerated. And in the name of fighting one community, this community they are fighting is, I mean, it doesn't, it's neither there or there. It is not a community. All of us are going through this SHIT, the Kikuyus, the Kambas, everybody. So I wanted to demystify that, and personally, I had been trying to overcome that Ojwang's death, and when I saw that again, it broke my heart again, because even the reporter said, this police station is the last place this man was seen alive. Now, even as we are speaking, abductions are still going on. And even later on, they killed the masked hawker. Now, today in Jiru, I watched something happened in London. Eli, I don't know whether you are there. This man, Itumbi, akaenda kwa streets, and he was recording, interviewing Kenyans. Guess what? The Kenyans who he met had placards. Now, remember, on their face, we hate police brutality. We hate, Yani, Itumbi was trying to create a good story for the Kenyan government, but backfired on him. Then Ruto gathered with a small crowd somewhere, I don't know, a town hall, and he gave some Kenyans some opportunity to talk. I think he had been misled that these people are going to say good things about the government. And all the questions he was asked is about police brutality, about Ojwang, about the hawker. I mean, the guy was tongue-tied. He was saying, I feel you. I don't know, I do what? Yani, Njiru, the fear is gone. I'm telling you, the fear is gone. So that was a good show. Whoever went, najua watu wenye wanaendanga kwa hiyo town halls to meet the president, usually they wanakuanga wenye wamekuwa sweet talked. But I think this time it didn't work. It backfired. I saw something like that in London, and I was happy with those questions. Those Kenyans asked pertinent questions to Dr. Mwongo. Now, at one point, he couldn't reply because somebody kept asking. One person talked about Ojwang. Another person talked about the Hoka. Every question, anybody who talked about the police brutality. Naruto hangejibu iyo maswali. That was a good thing that happened because he's walking around.
Julia.
Yes.
Julia, I agree with you 100%. You know, State House in Nairobi or State House and all the state lodges, they're a crime scene. And Itumbi is one of the leaders of the crime scene. These people, they use, unajua ni kama saa zile umeland kwa airport, hapo JKIA. So unakuja na vitu zako, umeweka mzigo hapo, alafu watu wa KRA, na si hata ni customs KRA, wanakupatia watu wengine hapo these are just the jambazis. They use jambazis to come and ask you questions about sijui you bought what, sijui hebu tuonyeshe risiti, sijui. These are not KRA people, but they use them as a third party kind of people. In the statecraft of State House, this is what Itumbi do. I spoke over a week ago about how I was trying to get information of writing something, and I don't really need to interview Ruto. I can do this, what I'm doing, without interviewing Ruto. But these people started asking for money, but they use phone numbers and fake IDs and things that sound real, but they're fake. But the phone numbers are of Itumbi and Kina Charles Owingo Waongo, this former police spokesperson, you know, who is now the head of communications. State House is a total crime scene. I'm not even joking. Unaona, wanatumia jina za watu wengine ili wafunike zile ambazo wanafanya. So I agree with you 100%. It's a desperate situation, but I believe that Kenyans will calm down and change things, you know, before 2027. I believe this. It could happen next week. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ellie. So I was just trying to say that Kenya's the fear is gone and they are not afraid any longer. So that is what I saw in London today. Then later on, earlier I had seen Wamunyoro landed in Kisumu, and with a group of politicians, Matiang, all those Western politicians, when Kalonzo was there, and the reception was heroic. So when I saw the heroic reception of these groups of politicians, it just touched me that Kenyans are desperate for a redemption. They are so desperate for a redemption from Ruto's government. It is from the east to west, from north to south. It is no longer ni mtu wa kabila yetu ama ni mtu mwenye ni wetu. It is like, come and deliver us. The reception I saw with Akina Wamnyoro, Akina Matiang in Western Province, I just said Kenyans are desperate for a redemption. Up on your tuko. And the Wamnyoro reception, I mean, the man is driving crowds. And I am just asking myself, at in your comment section, and Jiru come back and Eli Munijibu. I am wondering, tutafika 2027 kweli? I mean, at this pace, are we gonna reach 2027, Jiru? You see, and Ruto and his criminals keep on making mistakes. Now, for example, Ojwang's death was unnecessary. You know what I'm trying to say? They didn't have to kill that young man. But you know, they were going to kill even one Unani, Diangui. They were going to kill him. You know that, Njiru? Ni vile tu kumewekwa pressure. That man was hiding in fear, and they were going to search for him, and they were going to find him and kill him. Because that is what Akina Elio Dragata used, Akina Itumbi, Akina Nani, Akina Sudin and the rest, and Akina Amin. All these criminals who meet in State House to plan crimes and perpetration against, crimes against humanity, killings, abductions. They were going to look for that young man and they were going to kill him. Let me tell you. But now you see, Ojwang's death was unnecessary. Shooting the hawker was unnecessary. All these unnecessary deaths. Yani Ruto anamwaga pilipili on the already wounded Kenyans. It is insult over injuries. And his thugs are not stopping. Okay? And Kenyans are not stopping either. Kenyans are not blinking. Those Kenyans were going to blink. Lakini 25 they improve wrong. Sasa nimesikia sabasaba ni ya kila mtu. What will he do? What is the easiest thing for Ruto to do? Is to resign and leave Kenya. In fact, Sai Ruto, angeta huko Britain na wherever apange where to stay and he doesn't come back. You see? And then we shall go to court and prevent Kindiki from being sworn in. So we shall be voting for Wetangula to be sworn in because they speak of the National Assembly. Because the law says Wetangula can only be president for these 3 months and he will call for an election. And we will have solved our problems. We will have made a stride peacefully, bloodless revolution. Lakini Ruto, because he's evil, and he's evil as the devil his father, atangangana, and he'd rather have bloodshed mpaka mwisho. Lakini Mungu naye ni nani? I want to promise Ruto that hata all police wenye Murkomen was saying shoot to kill will turn against him. I am telling you that, Njiru. Those police have relatives, they have brothers and sisters, they have parents. Yeah, even the army that he's trying to bribe and change the command, he cannot change everybody, even the servicemen. And for Ruto's information, coups zinafanyikanga, si wa those who are lead these coups, the servicemen who lead those coups. So, sijamwambia kuna coup, lakini he cannot satisfy everybody. Hata simesikia siku hizi amenyang'anya ame ile subsidize food. Amewambia pay as you eat. Ni sawa tu. Anatafuta chenye anatafuta atapata. These members of the default, they are called members of the disciplined forces of Kenya, have relatives, have children, have parents, have siblings. So they are feeling the pinch as Ruto continues to push Kenyans to the wall because he doesn't care. He doesn't care what happens. Giri wacha nikomeshe hapo.
Julia, history ya Ruto na hii mashida yake yako nayo, tutakuwa na kitu inaitwa it is hapa ni kutafutana. Ruto anatutafuta na sisi tunatafutana. So hii ni mchezo. I don't know, Julia, sijui, I want to give you an insinuation. Have you participated in an event whereby mnatafutana na nyoka?
Ati nyoka, at least si nyoka.
No, but you might have seen a place whereby people are trying to kill us. I've been in an event whereby nyoka imeuma mtu na sasa tunaitafuta. So
yeah,
what happens is that sasa mnapiga duru, kila mtu wako na muti. Sasa kuna hilo unasikia haya ndio hii hapa, ndio hii hapa. Sasa I know. So you are now chasing that snake. Yule itauma yume but mutaiua. It also happens, I don't know, like maybe Julia, maybe these days we don't have those animals. So you come umekuta like a time when like when I was growing, we had a leopard which had eaten so many people. Leopard ilikuwa imekula watu wengi sana. So leopard ni kama Ruto sasa. So and sasa raia, my father that time wakasema sasa hii kitu haitaishi tena. So wazee wote kwa kijiji sasa wakajipanga sasa, because sasa the government was just relying on them. Sijui nini tutaitafuta. As serikali venye wana report kwa serikali, mtu mwingine anakulwa. So unaona sasa ile Julia, out of frustration sasa raia wakasema sasa wanachukua sheria mikononi mwao. So they went into the bushes sasa kuindana na hiyo kitu. So I used to even kusema sasa hii kitu tunataka sasa ni kama ni kutuua inatuua leo, lakini hatuachani nayo. So that was the anger which people walienda na walikuja nayo ikuwa mzoga. Na wakaipeleka police station, wakaipeleka sasa, nyinyi hii kitu mmekataa kuiua, tumeua na tumewaletea. Serikali kaleta shida, you are not supposed to do that. So Julia, what I say is this, hii story haiishi sahi. It is ni either sisi tukufe ama Kasongo akufe. It is everybody is hunting the other. Kasongo is hunting us and as we are hunting him. So tuweke charge on our hunting. So see ati story sasa ya tunabembelezana na yeye. So Julia, what is supposed to be done is this fight is nile unasikianga kwa movie niliacha kuonanga huyo jamaa. There was a time I used to watch him unaona like ile wakati movie inaisha unasikia DJ Fro akisema it is a moment of whoever who will kill the other. So unakuta like there is a machinery and another guy. So yani ni vita ya, until whoever kills the other, until the machinery amalizo. So the story ndio hii, this thing will not end. It is simple until the year wamalize Ruto. That will be the sudden end of this situation. So
Yes, that is why
kama lazima Ruto amalizwe.
Unaona what is going to happen. The signs of times are here. Unaona, if you look at the mood of the police, okay? So unaona the police are beginning to realize they are also on their own. Kama vile unaona kama vile wa Homa Bay walivamiwa Njiru, wangefanya vile Murkomen alisema kungeendaje saizi I thought
now right now they can even touch people. Sahi polisi wangeshutu watu hata wao wenyewe wangechomwa.
Wote.
I heard that walikimbia. Mimi nasikia polisi walikimbia after kuona some media houses were saying inaitangwa irate mob. I don't know how you pronounce that word. Irate.
Did you see the mobs that are on that road? Did you see what the village? Did you see the number?
And very disorganized, by the way. Kila mtu anasema yake hey.
And prevented. Let me say, Murkomen, I should just look for Murkomen's page to me your picture and ask him this. Are you looking for the police to shoot this crowd? Yani, he said shoot. That is what Murkomen said. You see?
Yes, he alisema watu wakikaribia police station wanashutwa.
Yes.
Today they did not shoot, and I don't know why. I wanted them.
No. They had the choice to shoot and die too, but they did the wisest thing. They ran for their dear life. Yesterday we were arguing here. Tulikuwa tuna argue, and somebody brought up the swearing of Raila Odinga by Miguna. And we said, what did Uhuru do? Uhuru instead gave them protection and allowed them to swear Miguna. And the day ended peacefully. You see? What did Ruto do in June 25th last year? He ordered the snipers to shoot the protesters. So because of that, things have become worse for Ruto. Any kila uchao mambo yanaharibika because of unwise, foolish decisions that this does make. So the police today in Homa Bay decided, hivi Murkomen yuko hapa. Wanakasema Kamugu nisaidie. And that's why they took off. That was a wise decision because whatever was banned ni nyumba ya serikali itajenga tena. Let me ask you, with this kind of incidences, juzi, after Murkomen had ordered the shooting, just I think as he was ordering or had ordered, there was a scuffle between villagers in Dunyunjeru. Unajua Dunyunjeru in Kinangop Njiru. You hear of Dunyunjeru, You know a place called Dunyunjeru in Kinangop, in North Kinangop in Nyandarua County. Now, some cattle thieves had been done public arrest. Yani walikuwa wameshikwa na villagers, wakapelekwa polisi. Kupelekwa polisi ni kama the police were playing it safe, playing it nice. Sijui they are trying maybe even to release them and all that. So there was a scuffle between the police and the villagers. Ni nani tena? Ni Aiba. So there was a scuffle between the police and the villagers. Then what happened? One stupid policeman shot a villager. Njiru. Ebu soma hiyo story. That police station was burned to ashes, plus the suspects who are inside. That is how irate Kenyans are right now.
Julia, hebu kidogo nataka nifunzwe kitu hapa Now that Maunga has come. What does this mean?
What's that?
Huo ni mwili wa nani unaingizwa kwa nyumba na dirisha.
Maunga will tell us. Let me finish talking, then Maunga will tell us. I don't understand what traditions. I think she is a better person.
Ni nyumba ilijengwa. I think ni nyumba ilijengwa kuingia ndani. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I think ni kwa sababu nyumba ilijengwa kuingia ndani, so haezi ingia through the door. Kwa sababu pia kuna kuwaga na vile mtu ingianga na side, maybe nani is here, Eli is here, maybe he's better versed na hizo traditions, especially watu wa South Nyanza. Hiyo ya kuingizwa na dirisha mimi sijaiona, lakini
I think they'll tell us. So me, what I'm just saying, so that Aiba comes in. Kenyans are so irate. And let me tell you, the police will be on the side of Kenyans. I promise you, Jim. And sooner or later, the Kenya Army, the members of the discipline forces, will be on the side of Kenyans. So Ruto can add 1+1 and tell himself what will happen then. After a change commander, after any abadilishe those bosses, after General Kaharedi Muri, after all, he's not even helping us. He's just one of them. Yeah, after you general unani CDF, anaitwa CDF anaitwaje, boss wao. We don't care. He cannot change the common police. The police police army, they have sisters, they have brothers, they have relatives, they can see what is going on. And the Kenyans can no longer take this trash. So Ruto leo London ameulizwa maswali bayana on the face. Ameulizwa, he had gathered some crowd to please him, but they did not please him. They disappointed him. So if syllabus inaenda mbio. Wacha niweke koma hapo.
Julia kidogo. Today I want to give you the explosive Kalonzo. Kalonzo vitu ajayoge alafu sasa Maunga uingililie. I was shocked with what Kalonzo said today. Listen in.
Sasa mimi, unajua mimi nilikuwa na Raila Odinga miaka 15. Mzee amenichokesha huyo. Yaani ile mambo yote mlikuwa mnaona Raila anafaulu, maandamano, nini hiyo, ilikuwa mimi ndio namsukuma. Lakini aliposema watoto wameuawa, anaona wameuawa, kwanza huyu Eugene na mimi karibu tuangamie Mathare 2023, tear gas, kila kitu, 75 kama vile ameeleza wakauawa. Hata mahali ya kukutana kanisa tuzike watoto, hii serikali ya Ruto ilikataa. 2024 watoto wakasema, baba toka kwa hii kitu umetufundisha, kaa nje, kaa kando. Gen Z, watoto hawa wakauawa 70. Mwaka huu, ili at least to commemorate the first anniversary, wameuawa tena 18 na mali kaharibiwa kwa wingi. Kwa hiyo mimi, unajua mimi
Haya, Maunga chukulia sasa. I wanted uingie na hiyo. Ate Kalonzo anasema amechokeshwa na mzee.
unajua saizi, by the way, saizi unajua ground ndio kusema, by the way. Ati unasemaje Eli?
Nasema wacha tusikie Maunga.
Eli, good to see you after a while. Na nakwambia saizi anyone ule ako against the government, ile hii government yani imempata nje, a time such as this imefika Kenya, na ukwe we ni politician na time imekupata nje, uko in a good place because uko na wananchi na wananchi wako na wewe, and it's for free, si ati watakulipisha anything. So in fact
Maunga na kuona August, nakuja August, so prepare.
Very nice.
Tunakutana, sawa?
Very nice. So karibu sana. So now mimi kile imenifanya niingie ni mambo ya Ojwang. Did you see a parent pleading awachiwe tu mtoto wake aende tu akazike tu in peace? Yeye hataki shida, Mungu atamlipia. Muliona did you guys see the power? Did you see the power of a people? Hapo ndio unakaga unajua nini wanadamu watu numbers ziko na power. Mkiambua siri ni numbers, as in hiyo ndio hashtag yenye tunaenda nayo to the next election or to the next selection, because mnajua hii yetu might end up being a selection as opposed to an election, because we might not make it to an election, and Kenya might not really get an opportunity to do universal suffrage in that manner. We might actually end up
just for 1 minute ili watu waelewe, so that you can continue. This is a freedom.
Vijana wanataka muende station kwanza. Station sasa tunaenda na tumetoka mbali. Stations nyingi tumepita. Tumeongea yale tunayoweza. Hakuna kitu tutaweza kusaidia katika station. Muhimu ni kuona ule mwili, tumwachie Mungu mambo mengine. Umejaribu kuongea nao na vijana? Sasa nimejaribu kuongea nao na hawa wanaumia. Tokea jana hawajakula hawa. Kulikuwa na nyinyi pale kwa kanisa. Kulikuwa na nyinyi kwa kanisa jana. Yes. Hali hata mama amechoka sana. Amechoka. Sasa huyu binadamu na uwepo, maana huyu ni mwanadamu pia. Sasa watu yeye naye aumie. Hapo na maiti mbili tena. Haezi enda baba, haezi.
Anyway, that was the pleading of Baba Ojwang. Ni kama yani watu wataki kabisa. Yani I think there was like some scuffle. I think
Chiro, this is what happens. Unajua saa zile umekosea inchi to that extent. Unaweza fikiri ati wewe unaweza samehea mtu mwenye amekufanyia hivyo. Lakini these same people, because ni watu wenye taxes zetu ndio inawalipa. I think the demonstration in Homa Bay was the very best. As in, it was the best way of discussing with this government. Those ones of, it is not about an individual that you wrong. When you wrong Kenyans, you've wronged the whole country. And as such, you owe us, you do not owe individuals. You may appease individuals, but sisi sasa, kama wenye nchi, we tell you what we want and we tell you how we want it. You cannot come and violate our land. Yani, mumekuja, kijana wetu wako peaceful kwa ushago kwao. Yani mukatudharau kiasi ile, mkuje mumchukue kutoka kwa mikono zetu, muende mukamuue, mukuje mumzike kwa sababu nyinyi ni serikali. Do you know that is what those boys, that crowd demonstrated in Homa Bay? I've never been more proud of being a Luo, by the way. Nimekuwa ninakasirika na wajaluo wenzangu. Leo, imagine nimerudi kukua a very happy Luo. Because what do you mean? Mumetudharau kiasi gani? Yani tumekuwa malenge zenu aje. Mkuje mchukue kijana wetu kutoka kwa mikono zetu. Muende mkaue kwa sababu you can. Alafu mlipe kwa sababu pesa zetu munaibanga. Pesa zetu za taxes munaiba. Mali yetu munaiba. Kenya yetu mmepora. Mukauza karibu rasilimali zote. Mumechukua seal. You have an attorney general who is also Luo, who comes and kneels before. This is the person who's supposed to safeguard. Like this is the person supposed to safeguard the Kenyans. Like she's the stakeholder when it comes to our rights against the government. But anakuja ananyenyekea huyo mhalifu mwenye alijiweka kwa sehemu ya kiongozi wa nchi, anamnyenyekea hivyo. Sasa akiwa amenyenyekea hivyo, nani anafaa kuwa na to protect in terms of law? That is why hata alipatiana sili yetu, akasema chukua anything that you want from this Kenya, after all Kenya ni yako. Na huyu ndio mtu alifaa kuwa kama Justin. Na mnajua by the way Julia, sasa hapa ndio wanawake wamekosea kwa hii nchi. Wanawake wa hii nchi wamekosea. For a time such as this, Esther has failed. Haiwezi kuwa kwamba generation ya Deborah haionekani Kenya. Kwamba it is us wale ni sisi ndio wanawake wamepatiwa positions, na wanawake ndio wameuza nchi kushinda anyone else. Ilianzia Supreme Court, ilikuwa na wanawake wawili. Ikaenda sijui wapi, wanawake bado. Ndio hao sisi Tanzania, ndio hao bado. Wanawake wanaletwa tu down. Na sisi ndio kina mama. Sasa imefikia Attorney General for the first time ati we have made history. We have made history by someone who comes and bows to the traitor of the land. Mpaka kampa silia nchi, nenda kauze kama mboga. Nenda kauze hakuna tatizo. Amepatiana. And now we want to tell akina Njiro, we want to tell akina Innocent there, we want to tell akina Eli ati wanawake wanaweza. Tunaweza nini? Tunaweza nini kama during our tenure in places when we have been called upon ndio tusimame, ndio watu wajue what women are capable of doing and what women are capable of standing against. Ndio hao sisi tumedhalilisha nchi kushinda any other person who's ever occupied those seats. Everybody else, every other man who's occupied those seats now looks dignified. Ni akina sisi sasa tumeuza nchi. Sasa Wakenya wakajitokeza. Wajaluo yani walikaa wakasema tutatulia mpaka mfikishe mwili vile pali muliitoa. Alafu sasa unajua Kijaluo tunasemanga abogolokoka. Nitatoa makucha. Yani mpaka mzazi that is when you know, and that is why unaambiwagwa saa zile umebeba mimba ama saa zile umebeba mtoto mdogo na una behave kwa street na maana likely to put that life child in danger, unaweza chapwa hata na watu. Mtoto akuagi wako, mtoto ni wa nchi. The country owns the person. Sasa watu wa South Nyanza wakadecide, amtakuja kwetu mtudhalilishe, mchukue wetu mwende mkaue kinyama vile mnaweza, mfanye sarakasi, alafu mwachilie Lang'at, mumwambie anaweza rudi kazini, alafu sasa mudecide tutaleta mwili saa zile tunataka. Hai, wameonyeshwa kivumbi. And you know this is a precursor, by the way. If at all that battle went peacefully, labda tungesema labda Kenya kuna chance. Si alikuwa akisema Wajaluo wameondokea maandamano sijui nini. Wajaluo saizi wamekubali blood based government, bread based, wanakula bread. Sasa tuone. Sasa hiyo yenye ilionekana sasa nini. And believe me, it is the beginning of the end. Mimi kani Ruto ningetoka silently. Hata watu wangejua natoka saa ngapi hii Kenya. Wangenishtukia tu siko na natafutwa na sionekani. Familia yangu either inifuate baadaye kwa sababu sidhani ataka yeye huwa anajali hiyo familia. Familia yangu inifuate baadaye ama nikuwe nimehepa na hao. Once and for all niachie Kenya yao. Amwezi niambia umebeba mtoto wako mwenyewe kwa nini? Hakuna serikali yenye inakuprotect. Wananchi wamekwambia hii ni nchi yetu, huyu alikuwa kijana wetu. Nyinyi mulifanya tu kumzaa, but otherwise anajiita Mkenya, mtu wa South Nyanza hapa. Tutaonyesha vile tunafaga. So I'm particularly happy by the Ojwang's death. A lot has happened. By the that boy had a strong spirit. Huyo mama alizaa hero. Akae hapo aomboleza akijua ameacha historia Kenya. By the way, mtoto wake amepotea ndio vitu vingi vifanyike. And for that reason she's a hero and we respect her, by the way. At a time when women have failed, Mama Ojwang alionyesha kwamba mwanamke ni kiumbe kiumbe cha dhamana. Anaweza za mtu yote. Kijana mmoja hivi damu yake imebadilisha Kenya. Imefanya vituko Kenya mpaka watu wakashangaa in one go. So kwa sasa nitaachia hapo. That is what I actually wanted to respond to first. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm actually still following the vigil. Kuna vigil sahi, it is live, you can watch it. There is a lot, but I saw watu walikuwa wamejaa kwa huko. I don't know kama mazishi ni kesho ama ni lini. Lakini akina wangu ataingia hiyo pale kweli. Hata Ruto atajaribu kuingia hapo.
Waingia their own risk, but na hope too. Na kama wanataka kuingia, what I'll tell you what they'll do. Vile wameona hiyo hostility level. Sasa I can bet you wanamwaga pesa kumwaga.
Na maybe na pia watakuja na maguns pia in case
if they don't correct this. Imagine kukuja na maguns, imagine wakikuja na guns wao wakuja walete bloodshed where they were not needed. Ni nini wanakuja kuongeza? Ni value gani wanakuja kuongeza kwa hiyo matanga? Wanakuja kufanya nini kwa hiyo matanga haswa? What are they coming to do?
And I don't think they have offered solution other than maybe kuja.
But Njiru, in lieu of funerals, people like in many funerals in our society in Kenya, but in particular in lieu of funerals, and as Mongo will tell you, people will celebrate the victim of this grotesque thing that the government did. People will dance. There will be some musician there who will make the people have a merry thing. You know, they will be happy to celebrate this person. And this thing will go on for 2 days or 3 days. You know, you remember when Chris Musando was killed, and even there was a photograph of his wife dancing, and then people said in social media, she was part of the statecraft, stupid things like that. But it's just part of the Luo tradition that in the funeral, you are celebrating the person. So I think you asked a question about why is it that his body was taken through the window. I think all they want is to make the people who have attended the funeral to observe, you know, the process. You know, the person is is owned by the community, and that's why the community decides to take him to the police station to register their anger. This person, Ojwang, could be an Ojwang in any community in Kenya. Not that it's specifically the Luo. The Ojwangs, there are many Ojwangs who have happened in Kenya. And that's why Mr. Ruto is afraid and is unleashing terror through these police abductions. And, you know, I actually have a problem with countries that are supporting the system, what is going on in Kenya at the moment. Because Kenya is like behaving like the French countries before, the former French colonies in West Africa before those Sahel countries decided to kick the French out 3 years ago. We are in this British system, yani we are owned by Britain. This is what's happening in Kenya. Yani Ruto is so arrogant because he knows that he's getting substantive support from the Western hegemony, which is Britain. Never mind Trump, but Britain. I'm telling you, it's the only thing that he's left with, or any person who thinks like him right now. That's the only thing they're left with. I've been avoiding talking about Raila Odinga because I'm very disappointed. So I don't even want to mention, because if I speak about him, it might be taken in the wrong way, as if I'm supporting in a neutral way or something like that. But I think that what Kenyans are doing now will matter. And honestly, Maunga, from what you and Julia have said, something will happen where Kenyans, including those in the uniform services, will say enough is enough. We've seen it already. Some OCSs are marching with people openly. You know, that is a sign that there's nothing to be afraid of. So whether they put that bill through at CG, you cannot protest around Parliament or State House, that's not enough. They can do whatever they like. But people they've reached a stage where they're saying enough is enough. And I'm happy with that. I think that from Ojwang's death and these other 19 victims, what they've gone through is enough.
Okay.
And I believe that will change things, Mr. Njiru, because we'll be here drumming every day. But I think the tempo is there. Kenyans have had enough. Honestly. Kenyans have had enough.
At least, Bwana Eri, it's also a good reminder that Ruto cannot be able to own everything. I think Ruto thought that by taking a cabal of some leaders somewhere, those people will decide for people. I think how things look now, as I bring Ojwang, this is something which I would want maybe Maunga, you hold kidogo, we communicate here, because I think kuna sign which is showing that even now the grip which even Raila Odinga used to have is no longer there. I think now
hiyo ilipotea zamani. Saizi hakuna, it's either Gachagua or the young people.
So and I don't know why even Raila Odinga doesn't seem to worry about him. Like he might lose a whole region. He could, and there is nothing bad like becoming irrelevant in your old age.
Kiro, why would he be worried? What age is he? Do you think that man even sleeps knowing that the following day is important? Unajua, the truth is, tumekuwa tukipatia huyu mtu too much credit where it is not deserved. The guy has actually expired completely and he's reconciled with that fact. Ni sisi tumebakigi hapa tunamtaja. Tutaje tomorrow. Ndio huyo Ojwang, Mungu imagine, amefanya mtoto wa mtu mmoja, yani vile tu Yesu alifanyika. Amechukua mtoto wa mtu mmoja mwenye mamake amembakisha hivyo mmoja, kwa nasikia mamake amekuwa kizaa watoto akifa. Mungu amrehemu huo mama. Sasa amechukua mtoto wa mtu mmoja kubadilisha Kenya, because me what I saw in Homa Bay is enough. It's enough to tell me that a new dawn has come and it doesn't matter what happens. Kenya iko na generation yenye itajikomboa. Njiru, imagine saizi, I'm not worried at all. After 24th of June last year, I had a lot of hope. Then they killed our children and got away with it. And then it has been crime upon crime upon crime. Hii commemoration ikakuja ya Ojwang, wakaleta bado, wakaua watu wengine, wakapotea na wengine hivyo hivyo. Leo kumenyamaza Homa Bay, tukiambiwa tulinunuliwa tukawekwa kwa basket tukanyamaza. Leo hii, imagine I am peace. I'm totally at peace knowing that Kenya watoto wetu watajikomboa. Hii country iko safe. Hakuna mtu atakuja amalize Kenya. Imagine Jiru, I am now convinced. Thanks. Aki tumechukua time yote ya Ojwang hapo.
Wacha tusikie Ojwang. Na sijui Ojwang, I think huyu ni Sabasaba. I think Ojwang Sabasaba, hebu ongea Ojwang nikusikie.
Si ni innocent.
Ni innocent, yeah.
Innocent, acha hiyo yako.
Innocent Omugusi. Ngakibono.
Ongewaji. How are you guys?
Yeah, tuko salama. So na ukuje kutumwagilia maji baridi. Ukuje na hiyo wavelength. Octane. Today it's an octane day.
Okay. I greet you all and also those who are in the comment section. Wale wa taptengele huko naona washaingia, wanaanza kugonga hizo vitu huko. My goodness, today another police station has been burned down by Kikuyus. Kikuyus have burned a police station. The Gachagua have sent some goons, and Matiang'i and Kalonzo, they have sent some goons who have burnt another police station.
And there's no one left in Muranga.
This was a coup. This was a coup. We need to and Maunga nakutolea kiatu bana. Belvest, wewe nakutolea socks. Tulikuwa tunafikiri wakisi sisi ndio tulipata gold, kumbe kuna watu wengine wamepata gold mbili. Anyway, it was good. You know, I was saying this. Yesterday I looked at the memorial service of Ojwang, and that's why I'm calling myself today Ojwang. And I was wondering, yani, you mean hakuna watu walienda at least for this memorial service yake? Was it in Langata? I think somewhere in Langata. And kumbe jamaa walikuwa naongojea mwili mahali. I've just listened what you said exactly, Maunga. I salute you guys. That is exactly what was supposed to be done to my namesake Ojwang. You at least mulionyesha some heroism, mulionyesha how it's supposed to be done, and I'm telling you, I believe it's high time wakina Gachagua, wakina Matiang'i and Kalonzo Natembea waende kwa kina Belfast and Maunga. Those guys are waiting for them. Walifika airport ya Kisumu, you could not believe what the crowd which was there. Na wako wanaenda Kisumu, walikuwa wanaenda Western. And guys could not wait when they landed. They could not wait at nini it's not their turn. Wakasema, when are you coming? And that is how far hii moto imeshika. Na imeshika vizuri. Me, I just like it the way it's done. But I'm sorry for the family. If the family thought that this was their son, if the Luos, wakina Kaluma, thought that they were not supposed to see you, walikuwa nasema ati why are you crying and you are not Luos? Why don't you leave the son to huyu ni Mjaluo? Who said Ojwang was a Luo? Julia, where you are? Ojwang was our teacher, our fellow teacher. Sisi tunamjua Sanat member. Ama so na bloggers walikuwa wanamjua kama jenzi wao, kama blogger wao. Wakenya wanamjua kama Mkenya, and watu wa Mawengo huko walikuwa wanamjua kama their hero. So this is a hero, at least amepelekwa vizuri. And what I wish all the gays who died on 25th of this month or last month, wenye wote wamekufa, we should see the same the same thing happening to their burials. Wakifika huko, something should happen. At least wacha tuone fire, the same fire tumeona, the same reception tumeona. Let me use the right word. Wacha niseme fire, niambiwa ati nilikuwa nasema ni fire gani ulikuwa unamaanisha. We should see the same heroic burial sikifanyika in each and every person.
Use the word energy.
Okay. The word energy. Okay. Unajua saizi imefika mali you use a word wanasema ni coup. I wish they could know what a coup is. A coup is not done by handkerchiefs and banderas. A coup is not done by by Vrimbis na vuvuzela. And especially this bill yenye imetwekwa kwa basaris. I wish they could know. If it passes, I believe Kenya that's another area we should start now injecting. Waseme kama wanasema ati we should not be near that place, then na sisi tuseme hiyo kitu isikue. Kama ni Ikulu isikue basi, juu we are the ones who elected them. Wasiende huko, wakae mali they are supposed to be. Waende wakae kama ni huko, kama ni constituency wakae kwa constituency. Kama ni they are not supposed to go huko sasa, because I believe that is our place. Sisi ndio tumewadonate the powers kwenda huko. We have elected them to go there. If they feel that it's unsafe for them, we will go for ourselves. Wacha tuende sisi kama wananchi huko basi. Hao watoka huko because they feel unsafe. Thank you. That is my introductory part.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Ojwang. Shikilia hapo kidogo, because I can see we also have new entrances in the town. I want to tell you, if they want us to lose all those public utilities, ni wacheze na hiyo mchezo ya kuambia tarajo wasifike hapo. You will even, I don't fear to say this, if Ojwang they want to see even the State House in flames, wapitisha hiyo kitu. Unajua, let me tell you, Wakenya wako tayari kuna kitu inaitwa milestone challenge. I know Ojwang, you know that. Milestone challenge ni vile yani mtu anataka kufanya kitu zaidi ya kile. Unaona kama sasa hii historia amepotea. Unaona kama sasa hii historia historia ya nini? Historia Ojwang. Be assured sasa kuna watu watataka kuvunja hiyo record. So kuna vile naona like Kenyans ni kama wanajichallenge. I don't know unaonaje Bwana Ojwang? Don't you see like ni kama yani Wakenya yani toka I thought tunafanya hii mambo lakini embu tumepigwa challenge. Itabidi
tukapina Boniface sasa. I think the baton has been passed to akina Boniface now. I don't know the other guys wamekufa from which side. The baton should be passed to them. Wakipeleka
umeona Ruto alipatia parents za Boniface 1 million.
2
ni 2 ya kina Boniface niliona 1. Amepatiana 2.
I don't know Juan. Awashawapatia?
Ya Boniface amepatiana 1 million.
Okay.
Na sasa Boniface sasa ni nani? Si ni karaoke. Sasa ngojeni muone sasa. Katatamba. Hii presidency imesetiwa ni sio joke.
So you remember what the agencies were saying that afadhali nikufe parents wangu wapatie
upatie hiyo 2 million kwa sababu sikusaidii. Nimesoma na sina kazi.
Na sina hata sitakupatia kitu yote, afadhali nikufe nipate hiyo.
So afadhali nikufe upate hiyo 2 million.
I think hii damu imeanza kuvuta some of these leaders. If you see what is happening, ni kama hii damu imeanza kuvuta the leaders. Ni kama people are dying and wameanza kutoa hiyo pesa. Na hiyo pesa
I don't understand that. Nani ati amepewa milioni 2? Hebu oh. Okay, ni sawa.
Sindio sasa kwa sababu unajua nao nini? People are calling for resignation ya Lagat.
By the way, how can Lagat again be
aliachiliwa leo? You know the idea was mwili ya Ojwang kishapelekwa, walikuwa kifikiri niyo spirit inasumbua hapa Nairobi.
So spirit imeenda.
So walikuwa kiimagine hiyo spirit ikishaenda hiyo mambo itatulia.
Okay.
Sasa so unaona sasa vijana kumbe walikuwa au vijana wamenifanyia kitu smart, I have not been happy. Mpaka unajua nani Keep would tell you, he shared with me jana nilikataa sita watch hiyo masi ya Ojwang kwa sababu ya uchungu, because nilikuwa nasema how can we just be silent, how can it just happen, how can they just get away with this? So Keep akanitumia, imagine Keep alinitumia hiyo ni nini hiyo ya mama yake, nikakataa kuiwatch. Hata sasa hivi nilikuwa nimekataa kuiwatch, nimesema hiyo uchungu I can't stand it. So nilikuwa nimekataa kuiwatch, but ile watu wa Homa Bay jameni na wish nasikia tu kwenda kwa hug tu wote tu kila mmoja wao. In fact, sisa kina Matiang'i wako Western, I hope hiyo akili itawakujia. Sisa kina Matiang'i wako Western, imagine I wish wangeenda hiyo matanga. Wa arrive tu wote. Vile walikuwa leo Rwanda.
But sasa ubaya kesho wako
hapana, wanafaa tu kufanya surprise, because unajua kama nini, although this is what might happen by the innocent if they do that, watasemekana ni hao walituma hao gunzi wa kuchoma hiyo police station by the way, because nimeona bloggers wa Kasongo wakijaribu kutwist hiyo kitu, but hizi wakifika kesho anyway. Yeah, watasema ni hao walikuwa wameorganize, but still kwa sababu sikudanganyi watakaribishwa na vishindo na nderemo. So I'm just wishing they would just make an appearance. Hata kama watasemwa nini ama nini, I wish they could just make an appearance.
Ama tu wafike
wanasimama na wananchi.
Ama waende tu wafike huko wafukuzwe ndio waende.
Ndio nasema watafukuzwa na nani? Unajua they are not
kuna Raila atakuwa huko, so obviously they will not want.
Ndio nasema nani atawafukuza? Kwetu unajua hakunanga Belfast yuko hapa. Kwetu tunasemaga hakuna mtu anakuinvite kwa matanga. Hakuna wageni. So mtu anajileta, watu wamekuja kuomboleza au fai kuona destabilize
waende wakae kwa uwanja kwa
watu. Na watu
wakae chini vile Gachagua aliendanga siku ile
aliwahi akafanya hiyo itakuwa imesaidia sana. Nakwambia hiyo matanga inaweza badilika kabisa. Ati mmesema Ruto ana plan kwenda hiyo matanga? Mbona waende tu kuchokoza watu bure?
Amerudi kutoka ng'ambo.
Aizienda. Kwanza hiyo kisingizio
atatuma wakarabati wake. Be assured watu kama akina Didima Baraza.
Ndio nakwambia hao watu wakienda huko kesho wataona ngumu.
I don't think wakituma wanaweza ongea.
What I'll tell you, this would have been a perfect opportunity. I hadn't thought of it earlier. Kuna watu ningeongelesha. Since the Western anyway, kwani kufika Homa Bay inachukua muda gani kutoka? In fact wanaweza toka kitu kama hata wakitoka 7 they'll be there by 9, wakae kwa hoteli, na sio lazima wa announce their arrival. Kidogo tu watu waone tu gari kawaida zimefika hivi, watu wenye wanashuka ni kina nani wazito. Wakifika hivi wachanganye crowd vizuri, wafanye mambo yao, watoke wakiendanga, waache watu wa Homa Bay wakizika. Inaweza kufanya mambo mzuri sana.
Boss lady anasema wasijaribu, na kina tip point anasema ati Raila is not coming for Albert's funeral. Mbona waziende? They should go there.
You're saying wasiende kwa nini? Ati wasijaribu nini itafanyika?
I think boss lady anaona in case sasa hiyo mazishi iende hewa, they will be blamed. I think
for what exactly?
You know, like I don't think people could be in any case. I predict there will be a lot of mimi naona hapo watu wanaweza chapa hiyo mazishi.
Unaona Anna anasema nini? Hata anasema watu wataingia kwa miti. Hata wakina Matiang'i wakienda huko na Gachagua, watu kukinuka, watu wataingia kwa miti.
But kwani unajua siasa uagasia ati ni harusi ya mtu. So it's not like ati you can claim ati
mkereketo wa serikali ndio huyo amewaambia. Unajua huyu ndiye anateteanga serikali. Francis anasema ati kesho we are on the ground, mujaribu. Huyu unajua ndiye mtetezi.
Jaribu kufanya nini? Kenya imagine is a free state. Kila Kenya anakuwa na right to get anywhere. Wajaribu kufanya nini? Francis alikuwa wapi Ojwang akiuliwa na hiyo serikali yake? Wauaji hao, wanyang'anyi, mashetani hao, demons.
Anyway, let that spirit ya Ojwang if we follow the
you spirit ya Ojwang ifieke.
So let me ask a question now. Let's do some audit now. Sasa kulingana na vile mnaona vitu zinapakoleti Nyanza. Ruto amebakisha nani? Bado watu can the top Nyanza leadership
amebakisha politicians wenye amekwaga nao throughout. The political class wamebaki, yes. But tutaona wamebaki wapi. Mimi ile demonstration imefanyika leo hiyo Homa Bay. It was enough to show anyone who cares to have eyes to see that hii Kenya haina sio wajinga wa mtu. Wenye Kenya wako na wanajitambua.
Maunga. Did you see the fire extinguisher walikuwa nayo? Fire extinguisher na ya askari walikuwa nao.
Unajua been up and about. Sasa tu ndio nimesettle, so hiyo nimeona juju, but that was my highlight of the day. Sijaiangalia kwa kina.
Walikuwa wamebeba majags ndio fire extinguishers wakaenda kuzima moto.
Ojwang amechanganya watu kweli.
Hakuna joy moment in ile kuinua ile kitu. Yaani mnataka kusema yani
raia hizo joy zake za upuzi huko za takataka huko.
Yaani hakuna joy.
Ojwang anaweza kuangusha mtu. Unajua spirit yao kijana sio jokes by the Njiru. Anaweza kuangusha mtu jaribu kufanya sarakasi.
Maybe there is another person who will be doing joy on behalf of Raila.
Wacha tuone nani atafanya on behalf, but mimi kani yao siwezi jaribu kucheza kwa hii matanga Ojwang. Huyu mtoto hakuwa mtoto ordinary. Hakuwa mtoto ordinary kabisa. Maisha yake ilikuwa na kusudi.
Wakina Kaluma wacha tuone wataongea nini.
Wasike huko with the because unajua saizi I'm sure they are banning the midnight oil. Innocent, I'm sure saizi they are banning the midnight oil. They are wondering who planned this.
Of course, they need to plan. They need another story to counter what happened today. Banning police station.
Exactly.
Maandamano nini. I don't know what they are going to do.
Exactly. Sasa inawasumbua kwa sababu believe me, if I was Ruto today, I would know what Nyanza is what Nyanza feels about me and what Nyanza is capable of doing. And I would be personally very afraid. I wouldn't imagine I've bagged anyone there.
Na the way watu walikuwa nasema ati wakisi sijui tumekuwa nini tunachapa Raila. Ati tunaongea tumefanya sijui nini.
Hapana.
Unajua wamechukua ile karakta yao.
Wameichukua wakaimultiply. Nakwambia. Yani nakwambia I don't even know what to say today. Imagine they've made me so proud. They've done me so proud. They've done Ojwang proud, imagine. That silence was a bit disturbing. Alafu unajua Wakenya si unajua because what ideally ought to have happened kama tungepata fununu ati baba Ojwang amekataa pesa ya Ruto. Nakwambia Wakenya wangeendelea kuchanga, wangeorganize hiyo funeral wenyewe. Leo ile motorcade mungeona hapo. Ile convoy mungeona imeenda kuzika Ojwang ya Gen Z mungeshangaa. Although here they have three buses, but I think wangejua Homa Bay imepangia vitu nzuri kama hizi. Nakwambia I think mabasi 100 zingekuja za Gen Z kuzika Ojwang.
Now Ojwang didn't have a good advisor. He was more of himself. Because I think somebody could have told Ojwang, you are treading on a bad trajectory. Wachana na Ruto sahi, wachana na anything to do. Apana.
We have freedom of speech. Njiru, what are you talking about? Kwani sasa sisi tuambiwe we are trading on dangerous grounds? What difference will it make? Boniface mwenye aliuliwa juzi Ameuliwa kwa sababu anaongea vile tunaongea. Believe me, you'd rather live on you'd rather die on your feet than live on your knees. What do you mean ati mtu angemwambia, angempatia advices gani unapatia when it is glaring? Ni nini huyo kijana alifanya? What did he do? Tuanze hapo.
Nasema mzee at least angepata good advisors wa kumwambia asichukue pesa ya Ruto. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't
unasema baba ya Ojwang. Oh, me, I thought you were saying Ojwang the slain boy.
No. You see, mzee amepoteza so much favor for
akwambia alikuwa amegain favor yote, alikuwa amegain watoto. Sasa ameambiwa anunue, Ruto amemnunua, sasa Ruto amuzie amletee plus watoto wengine. Wale wote alikuwa amegain. But sasa leo ndiye amepata kujua au watoto ni akina nani. Sasa ndiye amepata kutambua. Unajua, and you know that is what I usually say. Anyone who does not celebrate these Gen Zs ni mtu aja experience the power of having a child grow up to become someone great. If you haven't had that experience, na pia wewe kama uko mediocre, hautaelewa greatness feels, what greatness feels like. You won't understand what it takes to become great. But kama wewe ni mtu ambaye greatness is one of those things that is part of your DNA, na umelea pia wewe ukaona the kind of giants you can breed of your own womb and of your own loins, uta appreciate our watoto. But ukiwa a mediocrity, ukiwa a mediocre person mwenye tu life yako has been mediocre all the way, that is how come utakashifu wa Gen Z na watoto, na utakashifu watoto wa watu wenye are making strides in trying to change the trajectory of their land, a land that you will not be a part of long after you're old and dead and haggard, having left nothing in honor of your name. Watoto, they're trying to make just a good country. They're not even seeking a personal legacy. They're trying to just make a good country for themselves and their children and their grandchildren. You're busy there as an old geezer. You're busy there trying to discourage them, trying to call them names, trying to do everything that you can do, including supporting their killing and everything. Just because you're mediocre and your entire lineage is mediocre, you imagine everybody's child should be that and everybody should be that.
Maunga, hebu angalia hiyo ya Tete Yannick TV bila nasema ati Murkomen alikuwa wapi leo, ndio alikuwa ameambia askari wakionekana karibu na polisi.
Si angeenda, angepeleka meno zake huko zimrepresent kama silaha. Zinakanga ni kama alizibebanga kama artillery.
Wananchi wameamua. Si walionekana kwa polisi bana. Ati ukionekana karibu na polisi.
Sasa ndio tukitaka kujua. Sasa unajua quality ya watu kama Francis. Mediocrity is your name, as in ulizaliwa bila kitu kwa hii dunia, na it has been confirmed that you're going with nothing. Sasa ukiona watoto wenyewe wamezaliwa wakakuwa kitu vijitu, unajua, wakakuwa giants, wakakuwa yani sifa ya mtaa, unasikia uchungu, unasikia kujinyonga, unasikia kama kiwaru itakunyonga. By the way, Francis, jinyonge ikuue. Sasa zile Ojwang anaua watu akunyonge kumalize. You have no use to Kenya, by the way. You and ilk muende mupotele mbali, mwachia watoto kinshi yao wajile, kwa sababu the likes of you are a waste of our time. Munamalizia watoto wetu oxygen hapa hivi, mkikuwa useless hapa hivi. There's nothing of use you're giving. Ati sasa wewe kuna mtoto umetokea ati utasema wewe ni baba yake. Imagine. Alafu huyo mtoto wa commune na majenzi wetu wenye watoto wenye wanajielewa, anaelewa kukua Mkenya ni nini. Very useless piece of garbage. Sorry, excuse of a man. A full mockery of the title a man. You think being called a man is to have is to have balls? Kwenda huko. Usitulete Gen Z ni Gen Z, watu wamezaa watoto, watu wamezaa giants hapa, tumezaa magoliath. Hatujazaa weaklings kama wewe. So do not dare talk about our children. Enda huko na hiyo mbegu yako dhaifu. Do not think ati Kenyan children wako na mbegu dhaifu useless kama wewe. Takataka hizi.
Yes. Well, Francis, stop rattling people. Ni nini mbaya?
Fire.
You know, Francis, you have always been telling us that you'll bring crackdown to dissent. But you see, the level in which Kenya has, you know, I want us now, Bwana Professor, we be sane here. How can you crack down on dissent, and these people are actually talking about issues which are affecting their country? You know, you only crack down dissent on the purge of criminality. There is no way in which like Kenya can criminalize all the talks which are happening in Kenya. The talks about misgovernance, those are the things which are happening to the level now whereby you are now saying you want to barricade, you don't want demonstration in protected areas. Now the question asks, those protected areas which you are talking, why are you condoning them away from people? And for you to access those barricaded areas, you need people. For you to occupy the State House, you need people. But Ojwang, you know that. People give you ticket to become a resident of the State House. But sasa after raia wamekupea ticket ya kuenda kwa State House, sasa unaanzia kusema hii pahali watu hawezi kuja. I don't get it. You cannot barricade a place where ni raia wamekupea. It's like ni kama kuambia landlord, because unajua sisi ndio landlord. Bwana Ojwang, it's like kuambia landlord, landlord anataka kuangalia status ya nyumba yake kama mataa zinawaka vizuri. Alafu sasa unaanzia you as a tenant unaanzia kuambia landlord ni nini analeta. What does he want?
Ati kwanza ni kuona karibu hapo utaona. Ama you start making laws for yourself as a tenant.
Yeah, as a tenant sasa unaanzia kufanya. So that's what I don't understand, and I don't understand why huyu Esther Pakaris ama ni Pakaris. Huyo Esther Pakaris na Pasaris. Au nini wenzake. Why I hear anajitanga Modoni? Sijui the Modonis I know they don't behave that way. Nasikianga anajitanga.
Anza kuambia watu baba ya mtu ndiye anadetermine heritage yako. Esther arudi Ugiriki huko pali walienda wakaangusha ekonomi yao. Asituletea, wacha wa Kenya deal na issues zao by the way. Asituletee upuzi. Mtoto anaitwa anajitajanga na baba yake. Modoni ni mama yake. Kwa hivyo yeye aende akatafute kwao ni wapi.
Yeah, that's why I don't get it. Like when now a tenant is telling us what we need to do with our house. State House belongs to us, like the owners of the country. In fact, I was even shocked. Like nini swali nataka kuuliza because like Maunga, who gave us like, is there a constitutional process of putting hizo mawaya walikuwa wanaweka kwa State House? Is there a constitutional, is it legal for the State House to decide we need to barricade this the people's house? Ni swali tu nauliza, like is it constitutional to barricade like the High Court in Kenya?
Ukianza na mwanzo mbaya, mwisho wako kawaida huwa inakuwa mbaya, because this is someone who's afraid. You cannot be afraid of okay, you cannot claim that you're leading people and then you are afraid of the same people, so they cannot access you. That is an illegality in itself. I don't think our constitution envisaged a scenario where we would have a governance that cannot even allow us to access them in any way, and yet they're accessing our taxes forcefully at that. So already the illegalities performed in this country are way more than anyone can speak about. But most importantly, the entire Kenya is present. The entire Kenyan government is presently a crime scene. Having seen Oduor bowing before Ruto like she did, must say that was for me, that was another very, very low moment today. That was very, very unfortunate. That ought not have happened.
Okay, let me ask. What was this? Kidogo, Maunga, can you explain to us? Naona mama pale anambao noma sana, ni kama ako Vatican. It's like she is in Vatican pale.
I swear, mbele ya Pope, mbele ya Mungu nini binguni huko.
So ndio nauliza, when was this? Like when was this?
I don't remember, but nakwambia Mungu atatufunulia mengi, Njiru. Because hiyo picha imekuwa tu hapo. How come sasa ndio imetoka? Kitaka kujua.
Muturi ndiye aliandika kwa page yake akasema ati when he was the Attorney General, there's no point aliweza kufanya kitu kama hiyo. Muturi ndiye amepost.
Muturi amepost ati there's no way Attorney General alifanya kitu kama hiyo.
When he was the
couldn't. Kama alikata ile illegality ya Ruto huko Dubai. Ndio that is why nasema wanawake wameangushana saizi. Wanawake wa Kenya wenye wako in those offices, imagine wametuangusha big time. Wameangusha Kenyan women leadership kabisa kabisa. Wameangusha every Kenyan who's a woman leader in whichever capacity. Wametuangusha kabisa kabisa kabisa. They have been tried, tested and found wanting in every capacity, at every level they have. Siku ingine tutasimama hapa tukijigonga vifua jitu tukiwaambia ati mwanamke tosha sijui nini, mtatuliza okay, so the opportunities we have given you so far, what have you demonstrated? That is what we have demonstrated. Tumeangusha Kenya when Kenya actually needed to know what it is to be a female leader, what it meant to have a female leader. Tuangalie sasa ile tunasemanga ati sijui kuna crisis, kama kuna power vacuum, power crisis, they're supposed to either be attorney general ama nani ama chief justice ama nani. Look at us sasa. How what you see presented there to you, is there someone who can stand that position and represent anything kweli mkiona? Na si ati kuna mtu amewafanyia, tumejifanyia wenyewe. Quite a disappointment.
Niwaulize Irene, hiyo picha kweli ilikuwa ya serious? Hiyo ya nini alikuwa amepiga magoti?
Nikuulize Julia, why would anyone make that thing up? Because unaona vile umeuliza hivyo, kesho wataamka, hiyo bloggers wao wataamka waseme ni AI, wataamka waseme sijui wa Munyoro sijui amefanya nini, they'll spin it and it is the truth, alifanya hivyo. Why isn't the government still in her office? Ilitoka lini?
I mean, I looked at that. I mean, so all these leaders, huyo mwanamke na wengine wote, they always have to need and beg Ruto for anything.
Yes. So naona vile au legislators wa Jaluo wamekuwa kiendaga siku hizi wanaabudu Ruto, ni kama yani Mungu amejishusha na akajiita Ruto na akajipatia look ya Ruto. Hivyo
kuna yule mwanamke alikuwa ule Bensuda. Imagine William hiyo kitu ni ball. William
huyo.
Na si ni wa hiyo Homabay tu, sio mama ni wa hiyo Homabay inaleta mashida sahi.
And the way she used to be tough kwa Ruto. Anyway.
Ati William
no, unajua, let me tell you kidogo Julia usikai sema kiongozi ni tough. Human beings are known in times of crisis.
It's true.
When you need to understand, unaona, like when things are normal, vitu in life bwana Ojwang, there is a time when you don't engage the full portion of your mind. So there is a time when human beings, this is what happens psychologically. Human beings they never engage much of their brain until when there is an immense pressure to make that decision. Sasa unaona kama ile wakati mtu ana pesa like ama kazi imeisha na huyo mtu amekuwa na pesa, sometimes there is a character you can be able to get from that person you have never gotten it from that person. So sometimes you need a diversity. Even there are some politicians who have never been to a diversity, you understand them. So mtu kama Bensuda, those were conditional talks. They were talks which he was talking.
Is that Bensuda ama nani? Ama ule nani? Anaitwa sio Gogo. But ni yule alikuwa akisema William. Huyo sio Bensuda.
Ni nani?
Anaitwa nani? I'll look for her name. She's not
Gogo. And Maunga, let me explain about that. That is why you see, like in some countries where people are serious, you want to monitor somebody toka azaliwa akiwa shule akaenda university akaanzisha kazi, like you want like
track record.
You want to monitor somebody like for 30 years. So ukimonitor mtu kwa miaka 30, you will be able now to get those ons and offs in life. You understand? You can now get there was a moment of low, that is how he behaved. There was a moment of high, that is how he behaved. So, you know very well, somebody like Ruto, some of us, we are monitored. And that's why you can see even us, some of us, we will never agree with Ruto, no matter what. So, some of these people like Kakinabe, and that is why, by the way, Maunga, it is very wrong to give a human being a lot of power to be endorsing leaders. And that is one of the things I hope we will not make that mistake with Wamunyoro, where Wamunyoro will also be dictating some people to people. You see, like that immense power which Raila Odinga has been having of like kuinua mtu mkono, sini huyu, you see, it has actually brought everybody into power. Unfortunately, I wish you people can be left now to make those choices. Let's not make people semi-gods. At who like to pay your leeway.
Nani tulipita hapo Njiro, hakutawahi kuwa na time Kenya. You know, sijui kama mumekuwa mkiobserve nini Kenya saizi sio ati sisi tuko na power ya. Unaona vile tunaongea hapa Njiro? Sisi ni age go na kwambia. Age coming. Unajua Gen Alpha wako worse than Gen Z. Are you aware? Have you encountered Gen Alpha wewe?
There was, but there was.
Those children are lethal. Sasa hizi vitu tunaongelelea zimepitwa na wakati kabisa. Kenya ilibadilika June 25th 2024. Never to return again. Hizi zenye tunafanya ni kubembea tu, lakini the real definition of the new Kenya ilifanyika 25th of June 2024. Saizi kuna a level of Kenyans, na ndio Julia wagana wa encourage and then X. But what I'll encourage you also to do, kujeni kwa ground, wachaneni na Gen Z. Kuja kwa ground, enda Sunday school. Kuja kwa ground, enda lower primary. Ongea nao watoto. Nakwambia Njiru, we mwenye utajiita mkutano useme ni nini, what am I doing wrong, nirekebishe saa hizi kwa sababu I am in danger.
Because unajua Maunga, the level in which tumefika, have you even realized that even parents have lost the moral authority even to question or caution their kids?
What have you done consistently? What have you done consistently? You see, we have not been above board. We have not been beyond reproach. Tumekuwa watu wenye tumekuwa tukiatilia vitu.
Tukizichukua kwa kawaida, like we have lived with the corruption, nothing we did. We have lived with the tribalism, nothing we did. So how can we like tell these kids we are the moral beacon of telling them?
I'll tell you.
Survived with the problem.
I'll tell you what my nephew did during elections ya 2022. Si walijileta wote wakakaa kwa nyumba, tulikuwa tu pamoja. So he kept looking at us. Akituliza, you guys, are you sure there's nothing that can be done? Yani we can all we can do is just sit here and wait for these guys to decide whatever they'll decide. Akatuambia, you guys, you've been doing the same things over and over again. How do you expect different results? Akatuliza, do you know what madness is? Madness is actually described as doing the same things over and over, expecting different results. And that is what I see in you people. And that is what I'm witnessing now. Hiyo ni nyumba moja. Aya. Tukingojea results. Sijui kama mlikuwa mkiona hao Gen Z wakiandika kwa nini? Kwa social media. Ati Chebukati utatulia wazazi. Ebu patiana results nini. I don't know if you guys remember. The defining moment for these young people was actually during the elections year 2022. And what Chebukati did. Hiyo ndio kwanza ilimaliza hao watoto kabisa. They felt super helpless. Sasa zile results zilikuwa zinakuwa announced. Mtoto akaangalia my mom was in Nairobi because alikuwa na vote Nairobi. So mtoto kuangalia mama yangu akachukua stopwatch yake. Akaanza kuhesabu heartbeat ya mom based on akiangalia neck ya mom. Akaniambia Irene, unajua neck ya shosho inapiga sijui, akaniambia, and it was too high. I had to start now counseling my mother. Because ilikuwa those ones of hiyo anxiety ingeweza mstopisha roho. So you can imagine hawa watoto wameona hizi vitu zote. Ile siku alikuwa kienda kwa barabara, watoto wakaacha nyanya wao hapo kwa nyumba. Wakaenda wakamwacha akiwaona wakikuja. Umeacha wajukuu wako wanaenda kwa barabara, ujui ni nini kitatokea, lakini unajiambia inchi ni yao, hakuna vile naweza kuwakataza. Na wanakuambia on your face that tuliwapatia chance, amkumanage. Sasa wacheni tuwapiganie, tuwarudishie nchi. They left. alafu unaenda unatuletea watoto, unatulia watoto, unatuwekea watoto kwa gunia. You expect that kutawai kuwa our old people, akina mamangu watawai kama hali wajiambie ati Ruto ni mtu, ati Raila amesema so tunafuata. Wakitoa wapi? So the thing that happened in June of last year ilimaliza kazi hii Kenya in as far as leadership is concerned. Msikae hivi mkajiambia ati hata Wanyoro wako na power ya mtu. Saizi them they're just setting momentum and pace. But otherwise these kids have defined and they understand exactly what it means to the kind of leadership that they want. Ndio wameenda.
Exactly. Sasa hakuna mtu hataki tukalia Kenya na kwambia we are in a new dispensation. Nobody will come up akijifanya that he's all powerful. Nobody. Hata hii wizi. Kenyans will not take that line down. Na mimi Aiba, I'm just praying that we have more Gen Zs elected in parliament. That is my biggest prayer.
That?
We tukue na Gen Zs more kwa parliament.
No, they will be there. They will be there. By the way, the right mentorship and the right the right encouragement. Do you know what we have to do now? We have to hold their hands and encourage them. Because the likes of Akina Francis na matakataka kama zao are still out there. So wow, let them control their children who would have amounted to nothing anyway. Watch our control watoto wao, lakini let us encourage any opportunity to see a young person who's rising for leadership of this nation. Let us encourage them, let us hold their hands, let us support them as much as they can. Because believe me, hapo ndio tutapona. Hakuna kwingine, hakuna ingine imebaki.
That's right. So I don't know why Francis is still in that corner. Sijaona comment yake. Acha nione vile anasema. Sijui kwa nini he's still in that corner. I mean, Kenya tumesonga. I don't know why he's not.
Julia, you know the way you're told that you think education is expensive, try ignorance. It is the same way, I will tell you, you think that authenticity and diligence is overrated, try mediocrity. Mediocre folks are a pain. They're a permanent problem. Imagine Julia, umezaa mtoto, akakuwa, there's nothing that he has been useful for all his life. Amekuwa fence sitter, amekuwa mtu wa flags, akakuja sasa akakuwa mtu mzima, just because amekuwa kuna makenda anaweza kuzishika kwa mkono, akaenda akatafuta msichana wenyewe mwenye alikuwa kifikiri ati bwana ni title, akaenda akapota sasa ati sasa mtu unjiiti ati sasa wewe ni bibi ya mtu kama Francis. Alafu the most unfortunate thing happens to you ati sasa tuseme ati ni baba ya watoto wako. Sasa imagine that tragedy.
That's a tragedy.
Imagine. And it's a permanent tragedy. Kwa sababu sasa watoto wake wana have coexist na watoto wangu na wako Julia.
Alafu unaona he's saying that it hurts that Bandi is a finance minister. It was a reserve for one committee. Mimi nashanga Bandi namsaidia namna gani? Oh dear Lord. Are we still there? That is so sad, Francis. I don't know.
Sasa Mbadi anaiba
Francis is a person of the past. I don't think we need to focus with the Francis.
Mbadi anaiba future ya wajukuu
wa Kenya. Let's be clear about
Mbadi anaiba future ya wajukuu, lakini wewe uko hapo hivyo ati nyafopia koridho takataka hizi.
Alafu nani Steven Maina anasema I thought shoot and kill wasn't a story. Ama Murkomen withdrew the statement and apologized. Withdrew? Alisema hakusema. Murkomen said he didn't say. Maybe his AI said. Ama kuna AI ilikuwa imetembea hapo kwa police station Njiru.
Unajua kile Wajaluo wanakuaga saa zingine wanajifurahishaga nayo. Law itatengenezwa. Si ndio? Law ipitishwe huko. Alafu they will test that law. Wakuonyeshe, can you execute? Let's try with our bodies.
Nakwambia au polisi hawangeshoot mtu.
Mimi nakwambia today I am a proud Luo. I'm telling you. No, unajua vile Central Nyanza. Central Nyanza na South Nyanza ati tunakuanga na ka feud fulani tunaambiananga vile Sijui nani ako superior kushinda mwingine, nani ako sijui, tutaweka vichwa zetu wapi sisi watu wa Siaya. By the way, nakwambia South Nyanza watatuamukia Julia. Nakwambia saizi watakuwa na bragging rights zingine, but some of us will hand it to them. They have earned it. Wame earn hizo bragging rights. Now they are kings, by the way, kwa sababu unajua Tomboya pia alikuwa wao.
Tomboya was from South Nyanza.
Yeah.
By there have been to Homa Bay siku moja.
Alikuwa Msinga. So they have proven over the years that yes, we've got them, and you can kill them, but you will not finish us. Na leo today they have taken one for the team, they have taken one for the community, and they have done us proud. They have done us well.
They have.
Wametufanyia mambo smart. Yani mimi ningeweza tu niende nikahag tu toto wote.
But it just broke my heart. A commentary ya Citizen, they said, he was like, and they could not allow the body to be transported by the vehicle. They took the body of Ojwang and took it to the place where he was last seen alive. That just mtoto wako na watu. Alafu first the way he was tortured. Now he's coming back in a coffin.
Julia, picture this. Ojwang's mother was saying, mtoto wake alikuwa Hassan was hungry. Julia, wewe ni mama. Kijana wako amekukujia na njaa. You have labored with love kumpikia ukijua nashibisha mtoto wangu. Mtoto akakuja akachukuliwa kutoka kwa mikono yako, hakuwa ameguza hata hiyo ugali. The way the mother was saying it. Unajieka kwa capacity ya huyo mama, unajiambia si hao watu wamemaliza huyu mama haki.
And then he was tortured to death. He died out of torture.
Yes, in pain.
I mean, it is not like it was an accident that somebody hit from the roof or something.
No.
He was tortured to death.
Yes.
I mean, me Ruto, Mungu aone tu kilio cha watu. Alipize. Let God make Ruto pay for all these things. And Elio Dragat is still somewhere eating his ugali.
Yes. Sasa unajua koti leo, and I think that is what aggravated things, by the way. Koti ati inampatia nini anaweza rudi kazini, na wanajipanga kurudi kazini. Wajaluo wakasema si ndio tunawazadianga mfanye vile mnataka kufanya, ngojeni tuwaonyeshe. Leo mtaelewa. Mbona that hiyo ilikuwa classic, by the way.
Tunasemanga Joey Albert
Bloody huyu kijana
Joey, achana na Raila asiseme, sisi tutasema sisi wenyewe. I'm allowed to say that.
Bloody huyu kijana achana nayo nini.
Joey huyo ni mtu yangu sasa huyo. Huyo mtu it was symbolic aliwekwa through the dirisha. It's a sign of shame sababu baba yake alimuembarrass, ilikuwa aibu. He was not accepted. It is theatrical. He died in shame. Babake alimwaibisha.
That was kama wengi nasema.
Na tena I want to find out if that was the house that was built for him, because nilotically if you'd never built a house wanakujengeanga haraka, because you could see the house was new. So walimweka na dirisha. So even if that house was built by the government, that's another reason. Sema ingia hivyo basi. We are very symbolic people as Nilots. We show things theatrically. Tunaoneshanga kabisa. So that is the people. They took over the acceptance. Mzee alitaka kuingia quietly. Alipewa pesa with that what do you call it? The funeral home. They advertised the big vehicle onekane so that people can. It just became commercial. But the people of Homa Bay did not accept that garbage. Walisema mahali mulimchukua tunaenda hapo sasa. That's where we're going. That was he has to visit mahali where he was last seen. Mahali mulimchukua. the police could not do anything. That was more than Nairobi. Those are hundreds of thousands of people, my friend. That was the whole of Homa Bay youth. You cannot tell me if you saw the crowd, barabara ilijaa. Some of the commentators and bloggers from Homa Bay were there. Again, that was a sign of respect, and really, I liked that. I felt that. Sasa nashindwa mtu mwenye ametoka Homa Bay, Jalango wako wapi? It's from there. Peter
Kesho
Kaluma
utaona hapo showbiz.
wataenda kupata ati imetoka kwa Raila hii pesa,
Kesho
sijui
utaona hapo showbiz.
yeah?
Utaona kina Jalango hapo for showbiz. Yani ndio unajua an opportunity to flex. But unajua siku hizi amekuwa reduce hata ajui ni nini afanye ni nini. Eric Omondi yako busy. Unaona Eric hata alikuwa kwa shule yenye nani? I hope students watakuja kesho. Students wakikuja nakwambia students wakikuja kwa hiyo funeral mtajua Kenya inakaanga aje. Mta imagine generations zitalipuka from what level. Because wataimbia huo mwalimu wao ama wamfanyie poem ama they will even have a spoken word about the incident. Mutashanga. Nakwambia Ojwang haendi bure, anabadilisha Kenya.
And because that was actually what I loved about that, it was not a political thing. It was a funeral for the community, for the people of Homa Bay.
That was a good
I know we are all
that community.
Tunamchukua kama wetu, but let us respect the people of Homa Bay. So I know you guys want Gachagua, you want these other people to come. No, hii ni affair ya Homa Bay. Hii ni kazi ya nyumbani. We have to respect funerals. We have to respect how they are doing it. The youth there are taking care of things. Baka mzee aliambiwa kaa kando bana. What are you doing? What is doing at Gladys Wanga Kaluma anataka kuja kuombewa, kaambia kwenda huko. By the way, those clips have been hidden because you can only see videos of
when you experience their own fair share.
Chana na if ikitu and now that wamepata fire, kuna wenye wako kuja kuna wenye wako kuja
hawataki hiyo embarrassment, because you know what that means, Kip, eh?
Yeah.
And politically speaking, that means power has shifted, eh?
It's for the people.
Yeah, you no longer have authority. Ati hautakuja na pesa utuambie ati this is how it needs to be. Hautakuja useme tumefanyiwa hii so skizeni. Anarchy, they were talking about anarchy. Sasa saizi ndio Nyanza itachukua mkondo. Na usishangae wengine kesho wasafiri kutoka mbali.
Na hiyo pesa yote,
kuna wengine wako barabarani saizi wanaenda kwa join kesho kutoka different areas.
Na hiyo pesa yote na hiyo pesa yote walipewa na Ruto, wananchi lazima wakule, because when I know culture wageni wakikuja lazima ulishe hawa. Yes.
Na hata hivyo pesa ya matanga huwa si ati ya kujenga magorofa wewe.
Hakuna, hiyo inaenda wananchi watakula huko Homa Bay. Lazima utapika mchele, lazima utapika ugali. You have to feed all
ng'ombe
those
zikufe hapo.
Yes. You cannot just unaweka pesa wapi? No. You have to feed the people. So unaona hii laana, if you had done it the right way, this will not have happened. Now he has to feed the whole village. I'm sorry, Mr. Ojwang. Na hawezi kata, you know that you cannot refuse. You can, hata kama ni nini mtatafuta mchango ingine. Gladys Wango, tafuta mchango ingine. Those people have to be fed. And it's not one day. It's not 2 days. It's 3 days. It's in the minimum 3 days. Ama inakuanga siku ngapi? So for me, I am happy about what the people of Homa Bay did. The youth, especially.
What they could do, Kip.
Yes.
Unajua kuna legislation on disco matanga. Kumekuwa na restrictions siku hizi, wanaambia watu disco matanga is where a lot of things happen, so they basically made it criminal to have those vigils, eh? So sijui kama itakuwa different. They might do that to try and contain it. Yeah.
They might want to do that, but you saw
Mm.
what the people of Homa Bay said.
I know.
Watu lazima watadance, but I'm sorry. We have to celebrate him. That is how it is in Luo Nyanza. He has to be, his life has to be celebrated, whether you like it or not.
I know.
Lazima watu waburudike bana. How will you know he was not alive? How will that you have to know he was alive. You have to know he was loved. Yes, you have to. Lazima ushukuru maisha yake, and that is Luo Nyanza for you. Kama hamkujua huko, mtajua sasa. Yes.
But I think Mama Ojwang will look back. She's
Mama
going to
Ojwang,
find a lot of comfort in knowing that she backed a hero bila kujua.
Mama Ojwang did it the right way. Wachana na baba. Mama ndio nilipenda. Not even the wife. The mother was quiet and she was mourning quietly. She did not do
But
anything
even the wife,
against her son.
the little girl was just confused. The wife mulikuwa mnataka afanye nini jameni, Mungu wangu. Msichana wenyewe was also just confused. Hata ajui ni nini imemfanyikia.
I'll forgive her.
The father alituangusha as men always do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sasa
Baba DJ Evolve. Unakumbuka Baba DJ Evolve?
What happened?
See, after nini babu shooting the son, akampatia pesa. Mama alikuwa na pain mpaka akakufa. Do you know DJ Evolve's mom died? Baba remarried.
It was a broken heart.
Yeah.
That's kind of a broken heart.
The father, I think, remarried and anaishi Rikomondi akimlisha. Sorry. Babu Owino akimlisha.
That's why you never see Babu driving big vehicles. It's because he still owes that family. Bado anampatianga pesa. Yeah, I had that from her. Just one thing. Francis, my friend, you'll get pink eye. Yeah, you'll get pink eye. I'm just warning you. Pink eye is not a joke. So stop licking Raila's ass. You'll get pink eye. Anakuja hapa kutuambia nini hapa. I read his comments. I think this guy is not normal.
Wacha aendelee kulika si yake, kwani what will he become? He will just die miserable and amounting to nothing. What difference does it make? Mi watu kama after Kenya tushajua ati tuko na jenzis wetu wa power. Sasa vitu kama old geezers such as Francis yani, what do they even stand for? It's just like what do we even stand to lose by losing them entirely when they're still living? You know, they're walking dead. So of what use is it for us to care? Apate pink eye, apate purple eye, apate whatever it is, it returns to extremely bad rubbish. Absolute garbage.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you continue, Imba, because I just want
an absolute waste of space, by the way. Aki wanaoccupyia watu wanachukua oxygen ya jenzis wetu yenye ingesaidia jenzis wetu kunawiri zaidi. Bado wako hapa wakizipumua wakifanya nothing exactly, being miserable and useless.
You know, he doesn't even know uko Shakahola ameacha kuimba mapraises za Raila.
Ajui na sijui nashindwa anafanyanga nini hapa. Ako na watu wake wenye walikuwa wakimsaidia waende wakajitosol na huko.
Waliacha.
Ni ngumu kutetea hao waji and everything.
Difficult now. It's
become impossible.
You can't defend it. It's just it become difficult. You cannot. It's difficult to defend anybody that goes with the government. Utasema nini? Because you cannot say, oh, sijui running on the past of somebody. That's the past. Ilikuwa zamani, ulikuwa mtu mzuri, sasa umekuwa mjinga. Sasa unataka tufanye nini? You cannot ride on your past history to do evil stuff, you know? You cannot do that. Francis, unfortunately, you can sing what he had done, what he did in the past. We are judging from now. Right now, people look at the current affairs. What did you do when the time was tight? I'm going to tell you, like you've had me. I always hit people because of their past, but I like what they're doing now. But I'll never accept a Gachagua presidency. But I say I like what he's doing now. Sai, what is he doing? Kuniambia Raila na Rigiji, I'll say Rigiji is better. At least anakuja kusaidiana na watu. Maybe it's for the circumstances ya kufukuzwa. But you can redeem yourself,
It's never too late for a
Yeah.
man to find his way.
Kidogo,
The time that he wakes up is the time that he should rise.
Okay, good. Maunga, ulisikia hata vile Rigiji alisema leo, hata Rigiji ulisikia akisema mimi naelewa hii shida ndio mimi niliwaletea na tutasaidiana na nyinyi tuiondoe. And then let me say something about Raila Odinga. Do you know that whatever Raila Odinga has done in Kenya is irrelevant if he cannot help
Completely. If we do a scorecard by the Njiru, when we do a scorecard, there's nothing that you can write home about. There were other players also. There were other people who actually made it happen. Him, he was probably just there as a face. As to what his contribution has directly been, that he should be so enigmatic that sasa dunia yote inamwabudu because ati amefanya. You cannot write it on paper. Saizi ukiweka kwa epitaph yake, sema sasa uko na epitaph ya Raila kuandika, utaandika ni nini? Here lies a man who's done what?
Actually, Maunga, that's also something which some people who are completely deluded with him, they are not able to come up into terms of that Kenya has been like a consulting thing. We have been having so many people doing different things. But actually, Raila Odinga could have cemented his place in history by actually siding with the kids. So I'm so worried that when our kids, when Gen Zs and Gen Alpha will be writing the history of Kenya, they will be unable to praise Raila Odinga anywhere. Because at the time when he needed to side with them and agree with them and be with them, they actually Raila Odinga became a stumbling block to their efforts. That is the problem I have, that he may be saying that I have...
He's a man that is controlled by that bishop. Ule mama bishop, alikuwa bishop juzi. I've come to believe Aida is controlling that man, because sometimes he makes decision, then anaenda analala, anaamuka amefanya different from what was expected. I think I remember those rumors that she's the one who picks the MPs, the whatever, wanaenda kumsalamia. She's actually the power behind that man and controls him. Mi nimekuja kwa sababu nilichapwa ICT.
Not entirely. That one, people tell you that's not entirely true.
But there's some bit of it.
There's some level, yeah. There's some level of control she usually has. In that anapeleke wangu wa pesa alafu ndio
unakuja kuinfluence.
Ndio nako inapitishwa, but kuna zile Raila pia anapokeanga tu yake mwenyewe tu.
Anakulanga bana like
so ni family tu wako hivyo tu wote, but all I'm saying is that's notwithstanding. Unajua tumepita hapo. Keep this is what has happened. Keep the truth is
right.
Keep
keep.
Naiba, kuna mtu amekuja, simwache hata yaseme kitu.
Kwa sababu naona tunampatia too much ya time huyo mtu.
Yes. Ebu sijijiru uko hapo ama uko wapi?
Deno bari yako. Pole Deno, tumeongea sana, sikuwa nimekuona. Na Deno anakaa chenzi.
Yeah, Deno you just unmute. Kuna pali imeandikwa unmute hapo. Ameenda.
Amejaribu kujiunmute akajitoa.
Atarudi tu zaidi.
Nafanyikanga hivyo.
Julia is just a quick one, because I think you're calling me yesterday. I've just told you I don't we can be on the same side, but I don't have to support Matiang. I don't have to. Siko ubaya. I don't trust him.
Yeah.
But my main mission, koja kitogo. My main mission still remains the same. Ruto must go.
Yes, but
if you decide to pick Matiang,
you don't trust it.
I don't trust him.
Which part of not trusting? Do you not trust him like we usually do not trust you, boy child? Ama, what do you not trust him about?
No, it's just...
My problem with your statement, you even say Young was a Ruto ploy. I mean, that was...
Yes, I think that's what I believe. I didn't say mole. I said he's a Ruto of the mask. I'm not
No.
That's what I said. I'm afraid. No, I'm just telling you my feelings. What can you say? I'm afraid that he's during our protests. Mi nakumbukanga hizi, during our protest as I think back then we were with NASA Code. The forcefulness he did to us during our protest just made me question how he also with the new constitution actually what do you call it, increased the power of police boldness. Na hata imekuja times 2 by Ruto, but it was gradually started by Matiang'i.
Let me ask you.
Hata vile ali nini alikuwa anaongea kwa nini kwa station, those were just sweet words. I don't believe
Hakuna.
unfortunately.
What I'll tell you, nani keep pia wewe. Let's take the example of you in your own house.
Yeah.
Ukuwe na watoto na bibi, halafu ikuwe ati decisions need to be made in the house. Let me tell you, ask akina Njiru, akina Innocent here who had families. They'll tell you, it reaches a point where you have to now put your foot down and say, okay, I am the last authority on this matter. We may have deliberated nini, but I will offer direction as the head of this home. That is why we delegate the authority to be led. And that is why people appointed ministries and everything. The truth is, benevolent dictatorship is necessary in any leadership position. It is not anything. Hata akuwe tu mtu hata akuwe tu priest wa kanisa, Father Darius atuambia hapo chini. Kuna wakati you have to put your foot down, au kuangi yes man ama kusemange niko guided by he, therefore akili yangu ninapeleka suspension ya kufikiria authority yangu. You know keep, I'll tell you, because I've had to lead in several capacities, and I'll tell you, there reaches a time, and especially within the African dispensation, there reaches a time when you decide that you are a yes person, it is okay person, hakuna kitu itafanyika. Matiang'i is a sort of a person, yeye akipatiwa kazi afanye, and imagine that is who I am as well. I do not have a job to do and then please everyone like I'm selling ice cream. No. If a job needs to be done, it will be done. And sometimes I'm likely to meet obstacles on the way. What do I do with those obstacles? I start singing kumbaya and lafu nizipapase. No. There's got to be a time when you put your foot down and say, no, this has to be done in this way and this manner. All I'm saying is, you will say that, yes, in the time of during his tenure, there may have been times when things ought to have been done differently. Was he the only authority? Ask yourself that until someone can respond to me aniambie aliona Matiang'i akienda kwa IG akawambia fanyeni hivi na hivi, and the president questioned him na akasema hapana, ni mimi nimesema, na akakubaliwa kufanya hivyo. Unless someone can empirically confirm that to me, then someone will tell me. But if he was taking instructions from a higher authority, if he had someone that he was answering to, I need to know what the person he was answering to, what their position was in the matter. And the other truth is as follows. When you're dealing with Kenya now, when you're giving yourself to Kenyans now, because the truth is, Matiang'i anapendaga hii country na anapenda watoto wa hii nchi. Watoto Gen Zs wenye wamekama up walikuwa watoto wenye Matiang'i ndiye ameempower. During Raila's swearing in, who was the Minister for Interior?
That was Matiang'i.
Why wasn't a soul touched during Raila's swearing in? Na hiyo ndio Ruto angefieka Nairobi mzima na Kenya mzima sink in if that was what was needed to happen. So the truth is, tutakuwa hapa, tutake kuimba, tutake kuruka jumba kachini. For one, we will have to call ourselves to order in terms of what tangibles can we put on anybody's head. Na tuseme kwamba hii ili stop on you directly. You have been in this position, you have been tried, tested, found wanting. Let's take the example of, you always tell us about Karua here. Whenever we say, Karua is not even apologetic. At least Matiang'i will come and try and explain to you, this is what happened. Karua anaambianga watu nini about 207? Vile alikaa hapo akijipiga kifua na watoto wa watu damu na mwagika huko chini. Anakujanga anasema, has she ever come and said that in my capacity this was what was happening, in the real sense this is what was happening and this is what happened, akatupatia an actual account?
She did that in space. Muliulizwa maswali na alikuja
I need it to come out more strongly. Yeah, I need it to come out in a way that is clear that she says that
And it's the same.
this is what was happening. No. This is what was happening, and this is how the figures stand. And much as the figures zilikuwa contentious, because if 207 did not happen, Kenya aingewahi kuwa na electoral fraud ever. If 207 was not allowed to happen, Kenya
Do you
aingewahi
know?
kuwa na electoral fraud ever.
I'm not excusing it, by the way. I'm not excusing it. Do you know that election was done on both sides? I'm not excusing it, by the way. I still think that should
Let's
have
just
been
face it.
rerun for the people.
Yeah.
But as for Matiang, I'm just telling you, I'm yet to be convinced. And
Me,
it's
I'm
my
not going to
opinion.
convince
No,
anyone.
I'm just saying, it's my opinion. See,
Yeah, which you're entitled to, by the way.
yeah. So
Okay.
it's not like
No problem.
nasema, oh, Ruto must stay. No, at the end of the day, hiyo lazima ifanyike. That's just my opinion. We can't all agree, but we can be on the same side. Is that okay?
Let me say
Of
this.
course.
I
Yeah.
only have one problem with you. Comparing Matiang with Ruto, that is outrageous. It's like pouring cold water on the effort we are already making. I don't.
That's how I feel. I'm afraid. I'm just telling you,
it's
I'm
okay.
afraid of
It's okay.
Matiang. No,
It's
this
okay
is
criticizing
how I feel. I'm afraid of him.
No,
The
that is
things I saw when he was in serious, yes, scare me to inaniogopesha. This is me feeling scared of him. I feel like, do you know how
Ni nini
people
uliona
go,
Kip yenye ilishinda, because the one time
you know me, I was
keep
following. Okay.
the one time yenye Kenya inge experience blood. Unasikia, the one thing that they said was treason. The occasion that they indicated was treason was Raila swearing in. Na hapo ndio hata paka haikugwarwa. Kama hiyo ilipita na Kenya ilisimama na hatukuwa hata na casualty hata mmoja out of that event, Matiang'i ni mwanaume.
That is one event. I'm talking about the previous ones where
It was the greatest
so many
event. It was the one event yenye ange demonstrate. Wakikuyu walikuwa wametutokea hapa akisema amejiapisha, amefanya treason, huwa yeye sijui nini. Kama Matiang'i alijisimamisha aka protect Kenya ikasimama hiyo time. Matiang'i ni mwanaume, by the way.
Okay, sawa. For me, again, you guys forget I was a sycophant for Raila. Mmesahau. Bado na mauchungu za hizo.
Mi hiyo siko fancy yangu na Raila, anitoi na facts.
I was.
Saizi I've got to really interrogate facts.
I wanted that presidency and I saw a lot of people dying. I don't forget. Mi ni ngumu kusahau. I'm sorry. It's very hard for me to forget. But that doesn't mean that I will not follow the opposition. Watch how we're trying to get. It's one team. Kama nilisema hiyo kitu ya Ruto, it's because I'm afraid of him. It's the same way I saw what happened with Sakaja. Nikaona hatu nasema, you guys, do you know who this guy is? Sonko with a suit. That is what my comparison is. Kuna wale, like here in the UK, kuna mtu anaitwa Kiastama. Alikuja hapa amevaa mask hivi mbanze siku hizi amefanya vitu zingine zako za madharau yani. Promises upon promises. That doesn't affect. You know, I rather somebody who's bold. Atakwambia atafanya hivi na itafanyika na nyinyi mlimfuata. That is now the Trump leadership. Matiang needs to come and give me time. Maybe I'll be convinced. Give me time.
Wewe ni mmoja kwa wengi.
Yeah, give me no.
Bado tunakupenda Kipu wetu. Wewe ulituletea mathakarua wako. Wengine wetu bado tuko na wounds zenye zinatokana na karua na tume decide that tutaweka hizo aside. Lakini hatutaweka hizo aside vile Ruto aliweka Wakikuyu aside akidecide apate uongozi ya deal nao. Sisi tumesema tunataka Kenya isonge mbele. Matiang'i anajua ni nani anaongoza. Matiang'i hajajileta aongoze Kenya. Wakenya walienda wakaambia Matiang'i, stop what you're doing, your country needs you. That is the difference. Hiyo ndio kitu amuelewi. Matiang'i is not here in his capacity as mtu ameandikwa kazi. Ako hapa in the capacity of Wakenya walimtaja wakamwambia njoo ukue kiongozi wetu. Una uongozi ile ambao tunahitaji. Na wengine wetu wenye tuna believe that we have to put God in the matter, we have put God ahead of it and told God, do not allow us to make him an idol. Make him into an instrument that will come and create the Kenya that we need. The one that is going to praise your name and is going to glorify your name based on the actual results and the outcomes that we can confirm as human beings is possible. We know you can do it. To bless a nation, we need a man. To finish to finish a nation, Satan needed a man. He got his. Now we are calling upon you, God. Come and restore our nation. Use a man. We have identified a man. Empower him, God. Not that we don't have options, but that is what you have made familiar to us. Empower him, make him ideal for a time such as this. Make him the Mordecai of our time. Present him as the liaison for this country. Do it right for us. We will not make an idol out of him. We will still assign you glory, but do it right for us. That is what we have decided, Atiang'i. We are not saying that we have picked a perfect person. We have all fallen short of God's glory. But even in that way, we are saying we are still living beings. In our nature, we are likely to err. In our error, we seek that God, you may forgive us. But we have a country to hold and bequeath upon a generation. God, do it right for us. Do it by us in a way that only you can. But here we present a man that you may mold him into something that will be a model that can help us serve you and serve you greatly. Is that such a hard thing to ask?
That's that. I get you. I see you.
Mhm.
Before I let somebody else talk, not let, allow, or is it? Kumzike kidogo. Was the landing of Gashago in Kisumu a test run? I think it was. He's a plan of that. All those guys coming to Kisumu. I think they're testing the ground. They did not need to land in Kisumu. They have choppers.
You have a point. I
It
thought
was
so
a
too. But they're
test.
going to Luanda. They're going to Luanda.
Yeah.
Luanda literally actually coming in a commercial. I don't know if they use commercial airlines, they use their choppers, but landed in Kisumu. I don't think they have an airstrip. The only other place they would have said they would have landed would have been Siaya. Between that stretch, between Kisumu and Nini,
These
between
guys
Kisumu
land
and
with
Siaya.
choppers, man, everywhere. These guys
That's
have
what I'm
choppers.
saying. Like these guys are not really out to have guzzlers. The people you see landing with choppers, they're usually using, most of those choppers are actually owned by Ruto. So the fact that they go to launch a 1 million project using 20 choppers is because those are going to be billed to government. So it is all still his fraud. So when you see the actual now you will finally see what choppers are and what they are meant for when you finally see this campaign take off. They'll be applied when extremely necessary, because it is a very expensive exercise to actually run choppers the way we see them happening.
So tupe Denu nafasi. Denu, there is a button there called mute and unmute. When you press it, it says unmute. When you press it again, just pinya mara moja na uonge. Go ahead, Denu. Dennis, can you say hi? There is a button written unmute. Can you just press it once, mara moja, and say hi? Once you say hi and the group says hi, we have had you.
He's unmuted.
Okay, speak up now. Yeah, yes, unmute.
Hi.
Denonga. Hi.
We could hear you. We could hear you.
We can hear. Go ahead.
Oh dear Lord. What are you doing to that student of mine, Njiru?
No, hakuna kitu nimefanya. Tulikuwa tunamngojea. You know, the other day you were with Isaac. Na Isaac arudi. I want you to repart with Isaac.
Isaac is very articulate. I mean, I love the way he was explaining.
Isaac ako hapa kwa nini? So Isaac, we need a rematch between you and Julia. Huh?
Hapana, kwezi kuwe na rematch mimi na watoto wangu. Hao ni watoto wangu. You know, I have children of that age, Jiru. Ama unanionanga aje?
Haina shida, siku hizi unajua hata watoto wa that age Julia wanaoa watu kama wewe. Ni kucheza unacheza.
That is child abuse.
It's not okay, it could be that way, but nakwambia
Child abuse.
Child abuse, and it is very immoral.
Mwambie mimi ni gogo. Mimi ni shosho. Tuwezi fanya hivyo.
Imagine, that is child abuse and that is immoral. I'm telling you.
Wewe usikia vijana ukisikia wakisema utawezana. Julia, unafikiria huyo kijana akikuuliza utawezana, you think it's a joke?
That is child abuse. How do you even start having such an immoral conversation with a child?
It's in the Bible. It's not a child, but if you're an adult.
No, that's a child abuse.
It's a knife, bana. Wamama wa haria bana. Ujuangi hiyo story.
There is a
they are immoral. They are very immoral in their minds and their bodies. Those are their children. Just even in the other way around, I don't believe it's right for a man to engage with a girl at the age of his daughter. It is immoral, equally immoral. Wacha neno aendelee, tutapiga hiyo story baadaye. Neno endelea.
Wewe Julia ujui confidence iko na hao watoto wewe. Hao watoto wanasema hata Julia nitabeba.
It is not confidence, Jiru. It is immoral. Why are you not getting my...
I agree, but
yes.
Your confidence lazima sasa tupeleke chini.
It is not even the young people to blame. It is the women and the men who are doing this.
Wewe unafikiria hata venye wanatishia Kasongo, unafikiria ni mchezo? Unasikia akiambia Kasongo hata wewe hata wewe tunakukujia. Anyway, Isaac, karibu sana, mupelekane na Julia.
Bana, Julia nasikia na habari yenu.
Isaac, wewe nyinyi ni watoto wetu, tumewakaribisha.
Habari yenu.
Mzuri.
Bana, hiyo tokea Matiang'i hatutaki. Hiyo tokea Matiang'i, yeye amefanya tamu yake, ende nyumbani. Sasa bana, atarudisha the new face. Tunataka hii revolution kenye tunasema, we want new faces in government, yeah, because hata saa hii si anaenda nini yake, anaenda na kina Kalonzo, Eugene, watu wamekuwa hapo tangu kitambo, so atawaingiza tu kwa government and the same issue itaendelea. For this to work, I think nitakuwa venye wanasemanga, cut the head and the body itaanguka. So we just need new people. Jana mlikuwa mnasema mnataka watu aggressive, yeah? The law is aggressive ikifuatwa diligently. Na that's why tuko na Omtata actually, I think ni leo ndo niko naona amefile ile nini, I think ni odious deaths. So I think from kuanzia Uhuru Ruto's regime, yeah. So kuna hizo odious deaths zenye walichukua without I think ni parliamentary nini reviews, na apparently hizi hata ni zenye zimechukua deni zenye zimefika, lakini hazikufika Kenya, but it's the same taxpayers ndio wataongezwa tax walipe the same, and bado tunataka hawa si warudi bado. Hiyo hapana, hiyo hapana. So Julia and wenye wanatetea Matiang'i, hiyo hapana. Atarudisha hata watu wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo
Isaac.
No.
Isaac.
No.
Nauliza hivi, mko wapi kuenda round Matiang'i saizi? Nani amewastop?
We are cooking. We are cooking.
Precisely my point. Until you're done
We are
cooking
cooking.
and you turn up,
Uh-huh.
please don't criticize people who are already doing. Already on this platform and others, they were saying Matiang'i was too quiet. Matiang'i was not doing this, was not doing that, was not doing that. Now that he's doing something, it is being criticized. Until you finish cooking and start doing, let us now audit. Once you start doing, let us see how much of those old geezers he will still need. Okay. Na mkuje na resources zenye ziko enough, ama in place of where those resources are supposed to be done, may people volunteer their services. And let's have a resource mobilization formula that will require that he does not need anybody else to assist him, but otherwise you guys are enough. Sawa. Until that happens, stop criticizing people who are doing. Do not criticize the doers. Do
The
something
good thing
about it,
is,
because some of us
They are
believe in you
walitoka kwa
guys.
street
we are
lakini
Some
doing
of us
step one.
believe you
The
guys.
good thing is we're
Some
doing
of
step
us,
came
one.
out on the
We're doing
street.
step
Isaac,
one.
some of us believe in you guys to death.
These guys came to the
Like
street, you're telling them
some
they're
of us,
doing
Exactly,
nothing.
some of us,
come on.
some of us are right now happy to be Kenyan just because you guys exist. So
But you're
msikae
slowing us
mahali
down
imagine we
mkiput
will
the same
even
people
question
in
it.
government. Mna
What's
to
that?
slow down mna to slow down mkiput the same people who are in government.
Muna slowiwa down aje?
You're putting these guys bado in government.
How are you being slowed down? That is my question.
Wasi wakiingia the way you guys mnasema mtamvote in, yeah? Hata ndio nasema look at the bigger picture. Sasa anatembea na kina nani? Sasa anatembea na kina nani?
Isaac, si nimekuuliza mko wapi
So what
ukasema, si
are doing?
nimekuuliza mko wapi
Tunachukua kura
ukasema.
bana. Sasa tunafikiria maandamano ya tunafikiria maandamano ya
Isaac,
next week.
listen.
Tunapigana na goons,
I don't
the
want.
police.
By the way,
Yeah.
Isaac, my line of questioning is not one to have you just talk for the sake of talking. You're a representation. You're representing a very big demographic, and a demographic that some of us have literally sworn on our lives that you guys are going to make it, and you guys have it in you. So do not speak just because it is easy to speak. Speak knowing fully well that everything that you're saying here is measured based on the capacity that you guys have available within you. It might be limited, but even the people who God used in the Bible, he always asks someone, what do you have? The reason I will ask you what you're doing now is because I know you have something. You guys have presence. Have we seen Gen Z is coming out and even saying that we need a bus? We have heard Matiang'i is going here. We need a bus. We are mobilizing to get the bus to be with him. These are the people who are going to accompany him on this trip. These are the people who are going to, within that order, tuone kama tutashindwa na that. When you have sat back and you are asking about, oh, where is he? So he came into the country. He found he has no one to move with. He has to move with people. Then he found those old geezers who are ready and available and had resources to avail towards the process of moving around. He took that was available. Now you guys are here criticizing. Can we stop with that already? Can you do what it is that you can do? Mobilize what it is that you can mobilize, and at your own level join at the level where you can join. Alafu tuseme mumefungwa nje and yet you guys are available.
So
wanted-
I'll actually key you in, yeah.
Isaac, I wanted to say something to you. You are only
Okay.
pointing about Matiang amekuwa hapo. Nothing beyond that. That won't sell. That won't sell. Unaona, and then you said at leo amekuwa na kina Gachagua. So I want to ask you, what is Gachagua doing right now? What is the effect of Gachagua right now in Kenyan politics? Can you be candid and tell us what you think is the effect of Gachagua politics right now in Kenya?
Well,
Isaac,
if nimeelewa your question is like what's his position, right?
like what is since Gachagua ameanza kupiga hizi raundi, what is the effect on the Kenyan politics? What is the general effect na vile watu wanahisi, how people are reacting? What is the effect?
Well, for me, nilikuwa nasema
Na
jana
sound yako
nilisema
iko chini, sijui ni kama mimi
nanisikia, yeah?
nakusikia.
Okay. So Gachagua, one, ana use theatrics. You see? Two, na ndio jana nilikuwa ninasema he's actually a tribalist. Hiyo kwenda around akisema cousins, yeah, it's actually popular that watu wa Murema zie venye huwa anasema, especially venye huwa anasema, huwa ana consider now the Wakikuyus and wote wa Murema, but si kenye tunataka ni put the Kenyan, because unajua ukisema Murema, yeah, ni kama there is an agenda you're pushing, yeah, you're double
Which is
speaking, una double
Isaac?
speak.
Isaac, now let me tell you
Tribalism.
the reality. Let me tell you the reality of what happens. I won't ask
Yeah.
you where you're coming from because you'll claim I'm tribal. But trust me, I love the fact that I can stand on an international platform and speak English. I love the fact that I can be able to turn and speak very clear Swahili if I needed to. If I needed to speak with you in Sheng, I would do it perfectly. Then when now I turn to my mother tongue, I will stand on my foot and say that I am a daughter of the soil. Does that make me tribal? That makes me that makes me a linguist. My tribe I only use to communicate to my kinsmen. But when the platform is appropriate, I will speak a language that speaks to their heart. It is normally said that when you want to speak to somebody's heart, you speak in a tribe that they understand. That is what it is about. So for the likes of you guys who've been so unfortunate that you do not know your mother tongues, do not blame those that do. Now let me again now make you familiar with what happens with our Kenyan political system. When you say the theatrics, yes, I'm a thespian myself. Politics is all about theater. It is all about taking on a character. Every stage is a podium where you become an actor and you perform to your gallery. You perform to your audience. When that is done, as a leader, if you are a leader who's a politician, you get back to your office and work. And when you have to get to another podium and get a different audience, you have to take on the character that is conducive to the audience at the time. So when you want to consider politics anything else, it is not what you guys want to make it out to be. If you want a technocrat that Matiang'i presented at the interview, you guys had everything nasty to say about him because he's not an actor. He's not your regular politician. He's not a thespian. There's a difference. So when we have to decide that leadership has to be pegged on all three, you're likely to lose out on something else. You have to decide, what character do I want out of this person? How best can they perform here? I have a group. There's normally like 10 group dynamics. Out of the 10 group dynamics, you have to put in place people who have all of those characteristics at least to be able to make a team sail and work well. When you have that, then you get the results that you require. But in Kenya, we have armchair analysts. In fact, many times, you will find people in the comment section, and not only of this particular platform, many other comment sections. That person cannot speak to save their lives. They cannot articulate themselves. They don't even know what it is that they're supposed to say, but they will judge people based on what they're saying it, how they're saying it, why they're saying it, when they're saying it. And, like basically they just have a problem with everything that is being done, yet they have nothing that they're doing on their own. So the truth is as follows, Isaac. I'll tell you. Some of us live because you guys exist. Some of us, our lives changed from June 24th, and we suddenly decided that we're going to mentor in a way that has never been seen before. We're going to hold your hands. But you will not come from a background of criticism. You will come from a background of doing. Isaac, you guys came out, you were killed. Some of us are here crying about your killings and trying to work around the killings because you guys were bold enough to come out. Something that people did not know was possible. Right now, you've been able to sustain that momentum. The spaces are occupied with brains. Most of X spaces are not occupied by people who want to hear the sound of their voice. It is occupied by young people who actually have solutions. They're offering solutions, and they're saying how it can be done. Trust me, that is what you're looking at. And do not think at any one time that anyone will occupy your space. You'll be here longer than most of us because you have the advantage of age. If God gives you life, you are in a future that most of us are not a part of. We are trusting you to steer the ship to be able to create a better future. That future that you're going to live in, that we're not going to be in. Be proud and let your children and your grandchildren be proud of identifying that you lived at a time such as this, and this is what you did in your capacity, and complaining only was not one of them. So that is what some of us are employing you. Is that understood? We are holding your hands. We are not criticizing you. We just want you to be part of the journey. But as you're being part of the journey, we do not want you to wear yourselves out complaining. We want to see effort of this is what we did, this is how far we went, this is where they blocked us. So we unblock it based on what you guys have gone and found an obstacle in. Not because you sat and decided, oh, I'm pointing fingers at 76-year-olds. Thanks.
So, Isaac, I asked you a question. You didn't respond to me about the role of Gachagua right now in the Kenyan politics. You just brought in the tag that ndio amekuwa akimwambia kwamba yeye ni tribalist, yeye ni mtu wa mlima. You haven't realized that today Gachagua is in Western Kenya. I think you haven't realized that. And I think you haven't even watched the reception Gachagua received in Western Kenya, not just Gachagua and his team. Leo they were with everybody there, Matiang, and our watu wote wenye nasema ni wazee that the youth do not want to see. But the youth are forgetting they're not operating in a vacuum. In fact, our wazee that you don't want to see are the reason why you have the democratic space right now. Kenya is not just bouncing to the youth revolution. Maybe, Isaac, you could look back and see where Kenya is coming from. Sometimes the young people say they don't hear your history. The democratic space you are enjoying right now is because these people you are saying all this fought for it. Not exactly the people that are now in the Kenyan politics, but the people who came before them, the likes of Charles Rubia, the likes of Martin Chiku, the like of Jaramogi, the Odinga, the likes of Kenneth Matiba. Those are the people. It is because of them that we have this democratic space. Now, so they're coming up to dismiss them. I think that is lack of wisdom. And whether you like it or not, whether they like it or not, these people also have a role to play. For example, it is because of Gachagua politicking that I think right now Kenya Kwanza government is so much pressure. Not that we like everything with Gachagua. No, it is just like we like everything with we can talk about things that we didn't like. Even we don't feel like about what happened with him and Ruto. And there are a lot of things to say about that. But right now, Isaac, I can tell you, many Kenyans appreciate the role of Gachagua in this war front because our target right now is to remove Ruto from power. So if Gachagua is the only man who is daring Ruto, then we are happy with it. So maybe you could reconsider that, Isaac, and even dismissing the likes of Matiang. You have your own good reasons for doing that. But then I will leave you with one question. What if Okiya Omtata doesn't vie for presidency? And in the ballot, you only find Fred Matiang versus Ruto. Will you vote for Ruto because Matiang is one of the old guys? That is the question I'm going to leave you with. You want to respond to that, Isaac? Yes. Oh no, maybe I don't know. Zalando, you're coming. As I want to respond to that. What if on the ballot you only see Matiang versus Ruto? What will you do? Because obviously this opposition will come up with one person. Most likely they are going to do that. What will you do about that? They may come. In fact, they may come up with the less likely candidate. Mwenye hata sisi wenyewe tunamwonea mbali. Unaona? Because they have to come sit down and design a way of defeating Ruto. So how will you handle that, Isaac?
To answer that, yeah, I think me and others, yeah, will apply the moral theory, utilitarianism, yeah, that we're doing it for the greater good. No. Imposed, imposed in that situation, yeah, hapo wenyewe will do for the greater good. But if there are options other than those two, na Omtata yuko hapo, direct vote to Omtata.
All right, I get your answer. I appreciate that. So in the event we find ourselves with only Matiang and Ruto, you agree we shall go for Matiang?
Yes.
All right. Mzalendo, you are saying something?
Yeah, I think you've bombarded this young gentleman with a lot of questions. Yet is very, very straightforward and telling you what the Gen Z stand for. This is where the confusion is, and I've told you so many times. Whatever Gen Zs are fighting for, most tribal millennials don't understand. And this is the thing. These guys are fighting for merit. They're not fighting for tribalism, but they're fighting for to elect a leader on merit, on merit. That is what they are fighting for. If it is an opportunity, get it on merit and not on your tribe where you come from. People like Gachagua are catalysts, but they make good president? The answer is hell no. They can't. People like Matiangi have been in the system. Are they contaminated? This is what he's telling you. Yes, he is. And now, what does Kenya need? Kenya needs somebody who can reinforce the law, because each and every with the constitution of 2010 has got each and every institution in government empowered. If it is EACC, it is empowered. If it is the police, they are independent. If the judiciary, let them be independent. If somebody is corrupt, let him go to jail. So who is that kind of person? They have got an option. They feel or Mutata is the right option. So the millennials fighting on the other end, don't belittle the Gen Z's war. Let them be whatever they want to fight on. You fight, but ukiona wewe you belong to this side and you want them to force them to accept your ideologies, then that will not work. These guys, if you sit with them, you will understand what they want. They are not from our age. Yes, we fought Kinarubia, Kinanani, Mau Mau, but you can't take them there. The world has changed. They have now realized what politics is all about. They have to be there and they have the numbers. But the reasons why they are fighting for is not the reason why you fought yourself during Raila's time or why the Mau Maus were fighting. They are not fighting for independence anymore. They are not fighting for the constitution. They are fighting for somebody who will reinforce the law. Until we all get this as millennials, we don't get it. We don't get it at all, at all. You need to accept that hii wakati you will be fighting a war, but at the end of the day, who is the catalyst of this war? Yes, millennials will be pushing on their end, but who are the guys who are giving the government hell? It is the Gen Zs. Who are the guys who have put Ruto on the table? It is these young people who are the guys who stormed parliament mpaka katiba mpaka finance bill ikatupwa. Ni hawa watu. It is not Gachagua, it is not Matiang'i, it is not kina Kalonzo. No. Hao wanapigana vita mzuri, wacha wakuje vile wanakuja. But at the end of the day, they have to listen to these young people. If they don't listen to what they are saying and what they want, Ruto might be back in power. Thank you.
Muzalendo, I hear you. On the contrary, no one is fighting the Gen Z, especially when you are Koko Pinzani. I think you are wrong to say that we don't even realize what they are looking for. I was just trying to bring the reality to Isaac that they cannot work alone. All of us have to work together.
No, that's why I'm telling you, they are already working alone. They are leaderless. They are leaderless. They don't want a leader to come and try to dictate to them. Hey, what wacha tu, there will be a time for that. There will be a time for that conversation. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There will be a time for that conversation.
So we're also telling them, let the millennials do their thing on their own. Let them come and do their thing. If we meet somewhere in the middle, fine. If we don't, too bad. Whoever takes it. Bora it is Isikwe Ruto. Period. You know, like, we're not fighting each other. We cannot fight our children. At least some of us, Julia and I, are in contention that we cannot fight our children. We have raised amazing children, and that is where we all stand. We usually stand down whenever our children speak because we raise characters who we can entrust with leadership. We can entrust our children with our future. So some of us are not scared. Some of us are in fact particularly glad that these children came up at the time when they did. So let them not criticize what is going on, that is, as long as it's going towards the right direction. Let them also bring their own. Let us see how their own is going. We're not saying anyone is fighting. We are changing Kenya. That we're taking it from different positions is not to say that we're all not fighting towards the same goal, which is removing Ruto from power right now.
And for your information, they are the way they are because of their upbringing. And we are proudly the parents who have brought them up like this.
Thank you. Confidence.
Freedom of
Kabisa.
Yes. So it's not like
confidence, ukaambia tunawalombotova. Tunawalove vile mko tu sawa. Mtu asikuje kuambia anything, by the way. No one can
nawakubaliana na nyinyi. Ni ile kitu ninajua
the same
Isaac
is
is
the
saying
same
something.
person. Yeah. I'm saying, I'm just putting a negative constructive criticism to kenye umesema. Yes, the main agenda sahi ni kutoa Ruto. Yeah, but in the future hatutaki kuku in the same place where we are running up and down in the
part of future, Isaac.
Munataka
nani guide your future for you guys. See, in future mkona your future. Mu demonstrate. That is what I'm saying. Isaac, not everyone is out to fight you. Isaac, imagine umekuja na projection yenye haikusaidii. Hakuna mtu hapa ako out to fight you. At least take it from me. Julia and I, by the way, Julia and I have some Gen Zs that we love extremely and we train them. So trust me, we will not even do not even think that you're here for anyone to fight you. You will not find that over here. What we will tell you is, yes, you are part of that future. We have handed it to you. Take it, own it, perfect it. No one will ask anything. We are proud of you. Simple.
And by the way, it's not like we don't know what Kenya needs. Some of us can give you details of what exactly Kenya needs, from education to health to everything. You know, we can even construct for you the roadmap. See it at Ujui. And it's not that we don't know the kind of leaders Kenya need. We know exactly the kind of leaders Kenya need. So the assumption that Gen Z, Gen X, the millennium, hawana habari, you are wrong. In fact, I said the other day, 5 out of 6 Gen X wamekanyanga university wako na degrees. So everybody is trying to think that they are ignorant. That's a wrong notion. They are very informed and very experienced. We know the kind of Kenya we want. We will know the kind of education our Kenya. I can tell you in simple terms, we know that Kenya needs access to free, equitable education. Kenya needs good health services. Kenya needs good roads. Kenya needs access to electricity and power. Kenya needs access to clean water. We know the kind of Kenya. Kenya needs zero tolerance to corruption. See at Yatujui, you know, there's a picture being painted. Our Gen X, wanataka kuweka wazee wao, ndio status quo iendelee. We don't want
Hapana, hao ni watu wenye wamelelewa na wazazi wenye wajielewi. Hao ni watoto wenye wamelelewa na wazazi wenye wajielewi. Their parents have been fighting them all their lives, so they are thinking this is an opportunity to be defined. Sisi kuna wenye tumelea watoto wenye walikuwa kijua they are allowed to speak, and they speak because we allowed them to speak, and we fought for the space for them to speak. So wengine wetu we come from that background. So wenye Gen Z wenye wanafikiria everyone is up against you, some of us are very confident. We want to grow old in a place where we have children who are inspired by love. Niliona leo clip ingine, there's a teacher who was retiring. No, he wasn't retiring. He's quite young. He was, I think, transferring or something. So ameingia hivi class. His whole class walikuwa wamemuorganizia a farewell party. These children, they're young. You should see, I know they're all maybe something around 12 years wakienda sana. They organized a beautiful party for this teacher. And I looked at that. And you know, like most of them, I think, are mixed races. If not black, they should be mixed. Most of the children in that classroom. I looked at it and said, surely, you know, if anytime we give these children an opportunity to love, and we love them, this is all they can give us back. All they will be familiar with is love. So the Kenyan young people, let it be known to you that there are some of us who have nothing but love for you. We have nothing but support for you. We are vouching for you because you will make our old age safe. So some of us know that we empower you because we want you to remember us with love. We want you to remember what we did when we could have done something for you. We do not want you guys to come and struggle when you do not have to, when you can do something different about it. And that is why some of us are on this platform. So when you're coming to approach us, do not approach us thinking that some of us are fixated on this idea of, oh, ni sisi. Nyinyi ndio mko, my guys. Nyinyi ndio mko watu wetu. So ni sisi kuwa love, ni sisi kuwaonyesha that this is what we are capable of doing. But at the end of the day, you guys are the ones who are holding the mantle. Tusha pass the baton. Sa nyinyi ndio mnakimbia, but it is not to say that mtu vunje miguu tusiwafuate. Tunataka kuwafuata tukiklap, tunataka kuwafuata tukiangalia, tukiwabariki, tukitematema mate around you, so that mbarikiwe na uko mbele. Kesho yenu ikuwe better than leo yenu. That is what some of us are out to do. So msikae mkafikiria ati we are out to fight you. No, we want you to finish strong. We want you to do this strong. We want you to sustain Kenya. We want you to take Kenya back to glory. Some glory that even some of us have not lived through, but we know Kenya had it and Kenya is capable of having it. And it is in your hands that this is going to happen.
Well, just to respond, yeah. I think from what nimepata, yeah. Mnataka aggression. Mnataka someone who's aggressive.
Oh yeah, Isaac.
No.
Kubaya, you know, we are not responsible for what we understand.
Yeah?
We are not responsible for what you understand. Listen, Isaac, we are not responsible for what you understand. We are responsible for what we say. If you're understanding us differently, imagine it is an undoing on your part and there's nothing we can do about it. Sorry.
Isaac, can you finish your point?
Yeah. So, mi kenye nilikuwa nasema, our leaders, yeah, especially from your generation, yeah, there was so much aggression, such that aggression ilikuwa imefanywa ikwe normal, you know.
There wasn't always aggression.
That's that.
You guys haven't researched enough sometimes, eh? Isaac, by the way, alinterest you hapana, mzalendo hakuna haja nimsikize akisema vitu zenye haziko true, alafu nimwachie. Wewe pia, nyamaza ukamislead when una mislead. Mimi, I will guide the ones that I can guide because I know. Isaac,
No,
this is what I would interest you in doing. Isaac, I will interest you in doing the following. Isaac, please, research on some things. Not all leaders were aggressive. Not all of us, some of us cannot even stand aggression. The reason why, but we have the capability to be aggressive. And that is the one thing you do not understand. Do not judge some of us based on the aggression that we have right now. It has been triggered. It is there somehow. It is lying somewhere there. And that is why I'm telling you, even these millennials, when they unleash what they're capable of unleashing, you guys will not survive it. But then because we love you, you're our children. Some of us love our children half to death. Like those of we are letting them be the best they can be. But it's not to say that we cannot unleash on them. But what are we unleashing on them again? Are you unleashing on yourself? So we have that understanding. Not all the leaders were aggressive. Not all the leadership that was in Kenya previously was aggressive. I need you guys to go back to your history research very, very well. And give me a name of an individual. Give me their leadership and everything like that. Tell us what it is about them that you did not like. Tell us what it is about them that you're probably likely to improve. Vitu kama hizo. Please challenge us with facts. Msitu challenge to na blanket condemnation. Ama blanket terms because you think they're popular. Makes sense with some of us. We actually have brains that function very, very well. That is the other thing you need to understand.
Well, I think ni umenikuwa wrong. Nimesema this country has been built on aggression.
Wow. Julia, what did we do for these children to get it so wrong?
Mau was an aggression. Mau was an aggression.
Ni kama venye sahi huwa tunasema, especially with the employers, yeah, the Gen Zs and the employers unakuta this friction, yeah, and when I say charity starts at home, yeah, utakuta mzazi anapiga ana shout, literally anakushautia, whereas angekuambia tu pole, the point could have been made, you know. Hii inasema aje, there's so much aggression.
Sasa hapo ndio tena unaenda wrong kwa sababu wazazi wako
there's so much aggression, yet the point can be made.
By the way, mzalendo utazoea. You wa sauti yangu, by the way, mzalendo. I can start yelling. Sikudanganyi utanisikia. I can yell. If it is yelling you want yell, I can yell. I can bet you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Bloody hell. Anyway, Isaac, as I was saying. I'm saying
wacha
that
nimalize. Wacha
when you
nimalize my
have
train of
when you
thought
have
kabla
had
ipotee.
when you have had a parent who's taken on certain characteristics, you cannot blanketly say that those are the parents. But uzuri, Isaac natakaga Mungu awapatie uhai. Sawa, nastaki ati sound like a curse. I'm usually very cautious not to tell my children this enough so that wasikue na your experience. I tell them it's a good thing. Si ati mutabaki kwa hiyo age for too long. Pia nyinyi mnaelekea palituko. Okay? Tutawajudge based on your outcomes. Tutawajudge based on who you will become and let circumstances. Kama muna claim tulikuwa aggressive, sijui ni nini uliotoa kwa street since you guys are so diplomatic. So the truth is, an action begets a reaction. So saa zile mzazi wako ana shout, huyo ameshout because that is how amefeel, that is who they are. And there's nothing you can do about it. Walikuzaa na hiyo kushauti yao. It's not anything you can change. So hii kitu ya nyinyi kujaribu reinvent the wheel. Isaac, this is what I'm telling you. And it is not anything you guys can change. You will try and point at the millennials until kingdom come, until the world can end. But at the end of the day, it will depend on your action, your alternative action, for us to be able to see a difference, see a change and appreciate it. Mukiendelea kucomplain hivi, musijali, miaka zitapita, mujipate mumefika 30, mujipate muko 40, muko 50, munashindwa mulifika aje, na bado mtakuwa hivi, mnajaribu kutafuta mtu wa kupoint fingers at na kublame. Roll your sleeves, do what is required of you, be great. Simple. Some of us have actually sent you forth and are asking you to go forth and conquer. Sijui ni nini ingine tena mnatafuta kutuona. Sisi na shortcomings zetu tuliwaza, at least tulifanya hicho kitendo. Kuna wengi hawaku make it. Now that you did make it, make a difference. Period. Stop blaming us. As we already existing in our space, we're already regretting what it is that we did not do right. Some of us are already trying to right our wrongs. That should be punishment enough. Nyinyi kujeni, mu perfect your ways. You have everything going for you. Go ahead.
Well, hata train of thought yangu ilipotea, but ndio
Pole.
nasema aggression imekuwa so much up until sasa. Hata sasa hivi we still Kenya wase walikuwa airball partyism venye tu I wasn't there, so I can't really say what was really happening, but I can get a picture, you know. Ilikuwa so hard and maybe sijui, but maybe hata hiyo time kulikuwa na protests, unaona. So protest kama PV kumekuwa nayo bado, kama all these years kumekuwa nayo, na hiyo ndio with the agenda zenye tuna push for the future. We don't want running battles every day and then with the government.
Perfect.
Unaona, na ndio tunasema there's so much aggression such that mpaka saa hii we're still talking in present day age, we're still talking about aggression. Unaona, and for the way forward, na ndio nilikuwa ninasema asi your choice, yeah, your choice. Tukisonga mbele, ai bana, this is a it's just a soothing facade of repression. Hapo mbele, I kid you not, bado kutakuwa na running battles, maybe because of there's no accountability, of which alionyesha hakuwa accountable, especially with the Kinjakoma brothers and the bodies in Rivayala, naona. So hapo tumeona hakuna accountability. We are taking hizi ni vitu tu ndogo ndogo, and tukipatia liwe, itakuja itakam kuerupt. So ndio tunasema we don't need these people.
All right.
Kwa nini tuwapatie?
Ndio tunasema nyi kujeni tu na alternative yenu. Si ndio? Si unajua Kenya is African country. Sisi tunasema yetu. In my vernacular we usually say I am hugging my bull. You bring forth yours. Hakuna mtu atakuuliza. tuko uwanjani sote. You hug your bull, we will hug ours. The bull that wins will take, and then we will see how it is done. Bora that is not Ruto, we do not have a problem.
But hiyo ndio ilikuwa the nini pia tukikuja ku na the handshake, ile handshake yenye ilikuwa bora si Raila, acha tuweke Ruto.
Ilikuwa ya kina nani? Ilikuwa ya kina nani by the way? Nani alikuwa amesema hivyo?
Nini hiyo?
Nani alikuwa amesema ati
bora sio Ruto? Bora sio
Raila?
That was the
Whose
narrative.
was it?
Okay,
Whose
nini
narrative was it?
why
Isaac, stop arguing for the sake of arguing, please. Make sense of yourself. Please mention things, as I've told you, mention incidents with person and place. Act a little, as in sound brilliant enough for someone to listen to you as a voice that is actually making conversation. Do not speak for the purpose of hearing your voice, please. Nani alipatiana hiyo narrative? Until you can properly answer who gave that narrative and don't blanket quote. On this one, now I want you to now claim tribalism on none. Now tell me who was saying that narrative, Bora sio Raila. Then you can respond. Until you people are willing to be honest with yourselves, please stop pointing fingers at people who've actually done something. Please, because you guys are not ready. Until the time when you're ready and you're giving us an alternative to what you can do against what we have, you have absolutely no moral authority.
Wow. Let me add something kidogo. Isaac, utakuja one kidogo tu. You see, Isaac, I'm just listening here. You see, politics inakuanga na general objective and a specific objective. You see, what happens is, I understand that what Gen Zs want, and the things which you want to achieve, we have to achieve them through already the people who are existing in the political space. So we need to have that eye as we work around. Hatuendi atukuzaa watu wengine who are clean, thou, and pure. We don't have. So the people we have, they are just the people who are already within the ecosystem. Unless maybe uniambie there is a Gen Z somewhere who has a so perfect character, and Gen Zs are thinking of bringing him. But I've not seen that. Murara went away, Samuel went away. So it is true, we have seen countries where even people as young as 30 years, they have become presidents in the world. I don't refuse even a Gen Z can become a president. But we are not seeing that trajectory. The trajectory which we are seeing, we are still seeing Gen Zs borrowing from other generations, the reader. So, and it's not about that. We are trying to understand that because we need a conference point at the end of the day. So what is happening is what Gen Zs are looking for now is somebody who can be able to agree with some of the issues. And for your information, democratizing Kenya has been a very lengthy process. There are so many things which people have been wanting and have been looking forward to, maybe to some extent because of their own naivety, or maybe some generation did not see the emergency of working on those issues. And then maybe Gen Zs, because of also being enabled by the digital age, which we have also to also say that it has also enabled them, because we cannot compare the level of communication now. So Gen Zs have also, their issues have also been enabled by that high level of literacy, that level of literacy which is there. So what I'm trying to explain here is, Isaac, as we try to look at these issues, can you also try to see that Gen Zs are going to the porch of the other generations to try and pick the reader? So we are trying to compare. This is what happened. Kenya, there are some a little bit steps, especially even as worse as the Uhuru government was, as worse as the Kibaki government was, because from the Gen Z's razor, I have heard they are saying everything has been worse in Kenya. As worse as Kibaki government was, as worse as the Uhuru government was. I want to put that so that I can be in your thinking. The truth of the matter is that we have been making some trajectories which were pointing us to a place until Ruto landed. And for your information, maybe Isaac, you might not be aware of this. We are never used to lying. We have never gotten a president who lies like Ruto. Kibaki was there, and I would also want to task you to do that. Go and listen to Kibaki's speeches. You could not hear him lying. Maybe Uhuru, you can see, but we have not received lies to that scale. So we are now also, so we are just at a confluence of just an evil man who now, I think Gen Z now, they felt that now we cannot take this as your first sight. But it doesn't mean that we could not do anything. The truth of the matter is, we did not have a president who had degraded our country to this level like Ruto. And now Gen Z and in their younghood and in their volume, they now saw it as a mandatory thing to deal with Ruto. Trust me, if Ruto was the Kenyan president in 90s, he could have faced the same issues because Ruto is a pathological liar. Go and listen to people like Akina Kibaki. Kibaki tu ni I have not heard Kibaki akidanganya. Kibaki tu ni wewe lega tu. That was Kibaki. So we are just at a point whereby we just have a bad president who Gen Zs have now said we have energy to deal with him. Na sasa sisi tukasema ni sawa mufanye hiyo kazi. So that's what I wanted to add in terms of that. And I think also listen to the older generation a little bit. We are not looking at perfection here. We are on a trajectory of transformation. All the things you want to be done in Kenya, we cannot achieve them within a span of 5 years. We have to agree that we need a leader who can now take us to another step. And maybe after 10 years now, we cannot take another trajectory. So I think that's what, but if Gen Zs want everything to be changed at a go, we will miss. So we need that element whereby we need to understand that at least scale people. We don't have, human beings are not God. Let's scale people. If people have a minimum level of understanding, they understand what is needed, we need also to now start giving them that benefit of delivering to us. Otherwise, we cannot be saying that everybody is evil. At the end of the day, even Jesus Christ himself says, those who are going to believe and they accept, baptize them. That one is the Matthew 20. Baptize them and teach them my ways. So what do I mean? What I mean is people can be redeemed. If you are a believer of the Holy Bible, we have seen Saul becoming Paul. We have seen some of the worst people reforming. So what I'm trying to say, even this Gachagua, who even I'm not saying that Gen Z to support Gachagua. Even this Gachagua could actually be a reformed harlot who was doing a very bad, evil thing, and he is reformed and he want to work. So hebu nikuuliza kama sahi, if Gachagua want to help Gen Z to achieve their objectives, are Gen Z going to reject that? If Matiang'i will tell Gen Z, I understand your objectives and we want to work together, are you going to reject that because you feel that the guy has participated in extrajudicial killing? The guy supervised one of the India's government, according to the way I'm hearing. The issue is this: Gen Zs have also to understand that we need collaboration. As long as people have understood the bigger goal and the objective, that collaboration is very necessary, Bwana Isaac. So I don't want to continue beyond that. Wacha Mzalendo contribute kidogo, then we rotate back to Isaac, and then maybe Maunga and Juria and Belfast. You can also try to see if you can. I understand all of you, by the way, are having a point, but we need to land somewhere. Go ahead. Mzalendo, endelea.
Thank you, Njiru, for your point. And I think we're all fighting for one cause. The only thing is that the messaging is what is confusing. I want to tell you one thing for sure. In my generation that I grew up in the 70s, and later on another generation of maybe my siblings in the 80s, we all listened to our parents. And our parents walikuwa ni watu wa kufuata nyayo. Same to your parents. They were following what you were following what they were telling you. Now, this Gen Z, I have told you guys, I've told so many people that these Gen Zs are coming into politics with a different attitude. they have not been tainted with the tribalisms that are in our household, but they have been they are following an ideology. They are coming into politics from a point of information, meaning they can access information everywhere, and they have seen examples in Tunisia and everybody else. While us, we sat comfortably and we were ruled by Moi for 24 years. Look at what these young people have achieved, and look at the kind of messaging that they are saying. Yes, we can listen to them. I agree, but we cannot always be telling them, you must follow what we are saying. I say that is a no, no, no. Most of these young people have defied their parents. They have not followed their tribal ways. Those who voted last year in 2022, they voted on tribal lines. These guys did not participate in the election. You, Njiru, you voted for your man, and you are voting for your interest. And your interest could have been, I'm just speculating, could have been your tribe. Same to me. These guys are coming with an ideology where they want a leader who is going to be elected on merit. I don't know why we don't get that point. They want a leader who is going to be elected on merit, a leader who is going to fight tribalism. But we still keep on saying, hey, if Gachagua is doing so well, yes, he's doing so well, he's saying the right thing, but he cannot be the leader that will unite the whole of the country called Kenya. Matiang'i, yes, he did wonderful in the education sector, but is he the kind of leader who will not take people to Yala Swamp or easy places wanapeleka watu wana abduct? In my generation, if somebody disappeared or somebody was killed by the government, we all kept quiet and froze. This generation has risen up. They have risen up to those atrocities. They have said no to the government. So all that we need to do is to keep the flame burning so that we ensure that in 2027 we have at least leaders that
Mzalendo ni kama umepotea unfortunately, unless kama ni mimi niko na shida.
no, ntarudi baadaye lakini nimepotea kidogo. I'm driving.
Okay, ni sawa. Let's have Isaac now. Maybe Isaac, you can tie up that. Then we give Julia and Maunga as people who are defending the other generation to do things. Go ahead.
Okay. So me, what I'll say is is that even as tunaenda kuchaguana, even as mimi mwenyewe nikienda kuchukua kura yangu, think about these times, and tusisahau pia kitambo, because the person ule mwenye alikuwa responsible for our security, because hiyo nitairudia tu tena, the person who alikuwa anafaa kukuwa responsible for our security, how would the mother to Kianjakoma brothers, their mother sahi anasikia aje? Think about them, hivyo tu, sina ingine ya kusema.
Okay, ni sawa. So Julia and Maunga, because I know like
yes, I have a question. Atumesema to what brothers come again, Isaac?
The Kianjakoma brothers who were killed
who killed
under
them?
police brutality. The police.
When were they killed?
I think it was back in Kianjakoma brothers.
Kianjakoma brothers were killed under Uhuru regime.
Huko athiriwa, this bikers kama hiyo.
Close to the end of Uhuru regime. Close to. I think ni hapo 20.
Yeah, during 2021, during the COVID.
Yes.
Hapo.
Yes, I was trying.
And
So you know, we have to, as we make accusations, we have to make credible accusations. Okay, first, I will not deny the fact that Matiang'i was the cabinet secretary for Interior. Therefore, he has questions to answer as far as that is concerned. when he was asked questions about who gives instructions to the IG, he said that the IG gets written instructions from the National Security Council. He doesn't get word instruction. Like, atifaenda ufanya hivi. And he was reacting to the issue of Murkomen instructing the police officer to shoot and kill. And he said even Murkomen has no legal authority to give such instructions. In other words, while he has answers to give because he was the cabinet secretary for Interior, it is unfair to accuse him of the person behind those murders. I find it very unfair to accuse him that he's the man that was behind those murders. And that's kind of sounds like a blanket judgment. The same with Rivayala killings. I think it is good if that case is taken to court. And we see, kama saizi we are hearing that the involvement of Eliud Rangat with the death of Ojwang. We want such links. We don't want blanket statements. Juu watu wamesema hivi. So hata sisi tunasema hivyo. Unaona. Yesterday I said this. When we were arguing about what happened to Miguna, and people were kind of holding Matiang'i responsible. And I said this, sometimes we can only say this because we've never become president and never have we had that opportunity to become cabinet secretary for Interior. Now, if you see how Matiang'i handled the Raila Odinga swearing by Miguna, and you compare how Ruto handled the protests, the protests of June 24 last year, it is a completely different scenario. Now, so what I'm trying to say, as we throw accusations that come from people hearsay, I call those accusations from hearsay. I think a time is coming for us to say things that we can repeat in a court of law. So if there's something I cannot repeat in a court of law, then I would say that those accusations are neither here nor there. Now, see, I'm trying to say that Matiang'i is holier than thou. Like I said, he has questions to answer, that when you are Interior Secretary, this happened and that happened. I hope he'll take the opportunity to answer those questions better than the way he responded when he was on the interview the other day. Now, the other thing I want to say that I'm refusing to agree with Muzalendo. Like, he's trying to paint a picture that the older generation have no idea of what Kenya needs. And like the Gen Z are the only people who know what Kenya needs. I'm kind of think that is not very accurate. We know what Kenya needs. Now, the other thing, I think the youth need to sit down and do some research and find out from where you are coming from. When I say that, Muzalendo say that we are not fighting for independence, but Muzalendo, we had to fight for independence first. We are not fighting for independence now, but we had to fight for independence first. What about if you were still under the British colonial rule? Would we be fighting Ruto or would be fighting for independence? Would be fighting for independence? Zimbabwe only got their independence the other day. The South African white supremacist government only gave way the other day. Kama wengine wetu tumekoma tu hivi. Supposing we were in the position of the South African people who had to fight against white supremacists. So we had to fight for independence. And then we had our leaders who came up and decided that Kenya is our single party state. We had to fight against that. If we didn't fight for that, we would not be fighting Ruto alone right now. We would be fighting against a single party state. And then we made some strides. Okay? After 2002 general election, we later realized that we had to do something about our constitution. And that is why we had to review our constitution, and we came up with the Constitution 2010, which more address of more of distribution of resources to the counties. We had to do that. If we didn't do that, we could be doing that right now as we fight Ruto. Tungekuwa tunaongelea hivyo pia. Now, if you look at the American democracy, I think most of you or some of us here are abroad. And you can tell us more because you have more information of how old is the American democracy. I think it is over 200 years. And Kenya, we are only in our 60s. Now, in America, they still have a lot of challenges like structural racial discrimination. even after giving way again, even to inclusive schools and all that, they are still struggling. Even after getting rid of slavery, they are still struggling with racial discrimination. Yet we are talking about the most powerful country in the world, one of the countries that is believed to be the most democratic, yet we are talking about racial discrimination. Now, Isaac, you ask a question, shall we always have to go to the road? Maybe we should ask ourselves why picketing is in our Kenyan constitution. Picketing is allowed in chapter 1 of the Kenyan constitution because every country knows that there comes a time when people have to fight their rights. The Americans are still going on the street to fight for their rights, which means even us, it is okay if we go to the streets. In other words, what I'm trying to say, we are still making strides towards building and growing our democracy and making it better. So we cannot dismiss what happened before, but we shall make strides to make things better for our future generations. Okay, and saying that the generations do not know. First, okay, we agree the Gen Z have given birth to this revolution. We have to give them we have to thank them for that. Yes, they also need to realize that the other generations have a role to play. In fact, my conclusion, not really to put a comma, I would like to say we are a team. We should look at it like this: we are a team. Unless we work it on it as a team, we won't get anywhere. So, Isaac, we are a lot of information of what we need in Kenya. Okay, and we appreciate the role the Gen Z is playing, because the fact that wameamua kwenda on the streets, even the fact that they are no longer like, even if hata kama ni maisha yetu, I just love that. I love that courage, and I love the leaderless point of view, because that is an advantage to them, because it is hard now to compromise them. It has been very hard for Ruto to compromise the Gen Z. I love that. And maybe Njiru and others, I just keep praying. It is called hope against hope, that Ruto will not be on the ballot. Why am I saying this? If Ruto will not be on the ballot, we shall not need alliances. We shall say let the best man win. That will be better for Kenya. That's my take, Njiru. Sijui kama Njiru ameenda wapi.
Yeah, niko hapa. So I want us to tie up the discussion of today. And maybe, Julia, let me begin by asking you, because it is very pertinent. From your look of things, do you think Sabasaba nasikia we will be fighting, all of us? All generation will be the street. Kulingana vile nasikia. But do you see all generations now being able to agree on one candidate, regardless of shortcomings, weaknesses, strength? Do you feel we can now be able to have one man to fight Ruto and somebody who is agreeable all across the board, based on like some of the things you are hearing here? Taking this one as a litmus test.
I think they will. If Ruto will be on the ballot, they will have no choice but to do another Kibaki Tosha movement. You see, even Okiya Omtata is not dumb. He knows what Kenya needs, but he knows that first and foremost we need Ruto to be gone. So itakuwa wakati wa compromises, and those compromises may not give us what everybody wants. You know what I'm saying? What every other generation wants. Okay, but there'll be compromises. But in the event something happens to Ruto and he says to step down, then I don't think we'll need alliances. I would want to see a situation where people go for the race, mpaka tukue na runoff. So you have asked me a question. If Ruto will be on the ballot, yes, they will have to create another Kibaki Tosha movement. They have no choice but to do that. And even now as we talk, seriously, in the next 24 months, I don't see a Gen Z coming up for presidency. So I think we should be realistic and ask ourselves, the people we know now, who is the best of the best? You know? That is what we should be realistic. Hata kama hatuwataki. Mzalendo, you say something about Gachagua. I don't think Gachagua has said he wants to vie for presidency. The last time I heard is like At one point, he had said he's not vying for presidency. So I guess the Gachagua may not be a bone of contention. The Gachagua name on the ballot may not be a bone of contention. And I kind of think, Njiru, it will not be very difficult for them to have a compromise. Sidhani itakuwa ngumu sana. I don't think so. Because all of them understand penye tuko. Wote, hata wenye wanataka kuwa rais, wanajua where we are and what we must do to get ourselves out. I don't know whether I've answered you, Njiru. Nimemaliza, Njiru.
Sawa, Muzaredo.
Yeah. Let me just say that Gachagua has said many times that he's running for 2027 elections. Just pay attention to what he says. Maybe he might not qualify to run, but I think the regime really wants him to run in 2027. He has said it in multiple occasions that wakiona ni mimi nitakuwa ni sawa. He has said it several other times, but it's not the issue right now that should bother the Kenyan people. So long as he's saying the right thing, me, I'm comfortable with him doing what he's doing at the moment. The other candidates that people are mentioning and all that, I think we should leave it to the Kenyan people to decide who is the best candidate. Who is the best candidate to face William Samoei Ruto? And on that table, there has to be this young generation called Gen Z. They need to play a bigger role in choosing who becomes the next president of the Republic of Kenya. If a country like Senegal managed to choose a very young Gen Z to become the president, I don't think that it is too late for somebody to emerge and become a leader, even if they are young, but they can bring the country together because we have got some similarity. The millennials, what they are fighting for, and the Gen Zs, what they are fighting for. Millennials are bold to say that Ruto must go, but the Gen Zs are defining each and every cause what they want. An end of tribalism. That is very, very clear. They want to end tribalism in Kenya, and they want to elect a leader on merit, and they want to stop extrajudicial killing. But we millennials stop at extrajudicial killing, and Ruto must go. They have defined what they want in a leader. They want a leader who has not been corrupt before, who has not been in government before, who is not trying to use tribalism to gain popularity. That is why they are confused between what Kalonzo, Gachagua, and the rest are preaching. So for them, their role is defined and what they want in a leader. For millennials, we still have that hangover that you're okay. Well, it has a Peter too, the way we've been doing before, and we have been landing in problems throughout with the leaderships in the country. But so long as we put this digital age on that table, and then we are sure that we will get a leader who will cut across all in every part of the country, in every other tribe. You saw what happened in Homa Bay today. Those were Gen Zs, despite thinking that, hiyo ni Raila stronghold, hiyo ni Gachagua stronghold. You might be surprised, even if Gachagua is on the ballot, Gen Zs might not even vote for him. Yeah, even if this Kalonzo guy, they might not even decide not to vote for him. They might decide to vote for a parallel candidate who is on the other side. So that is the biggest fear, that if the opposition, which compromises with Gachagua and his team, choose a candidate like Kalonzo, then Gen Z might not even back that candidate. So we need to be very, very careful in messaging and what we want. That is my greatest fear, messaging and what we want. So long as we don't understand a clear message that these young people want, we'll still be confused as we were yesterday, as we were in the previous election that landed us to what we have today. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Belfast, can you tie up? I think you can connect the younger generation and the mid-range generation. Umesikia ni kama kuna habari kinzani. Go ahead. Neutral. Sijui kama majenzi wanahitaji watu neutral. We neutral sijui. Neutral, are you there? Neutral anakaanga mayai. Okay, sawa. Isaac, you can say your last one, and I would be happy to host Gen Zs if you have time, you can come exclusively ni kufanya hiyo show wewe peke yako na maybe na hata Gikuyu. So Isaac, unaweza niwekea namba yako hapo, I can get in touch with you. I host you exclusively, sasa unielezee hiyo maneno, and for the purpose of now we hear your point of argument without distillation. So alafu hiyo siku ingine sasa ni host Julia peke yake akuja akulibati. Sawa, Isaac, weka namba yako hapo.
Yeah, I would love to host a Gen Z on Africa tuone tutasikizana namna gani.
Yeah,
young people have got a different message.
I want them to I would want him to first of all come and percolate to us his information without a disturbance, and then from there sasa we can resume to our show. So Isaac, hata ukitaka kufanya show kesho unaweza niambia. I think this is a matter of emergency. Yeah, it's a matter of emergency. We need to reach that level where we can agree.
Yeah, Njiro, unasikia message ya Gen Z. It is so different. I've hosted Gen Zs in my show, many of them, and these guys' thinking are totally different from what I thought I was right about. How they look at Kenya, while my problem is roads in my rural county, that is not their problem. Their problem is totally different. When you say that, we are educated, we also went to university. The sitting president also went to university. Huyu Ruto si ameenda university. The previous one too. Hata hao wengine, but we are still having the problem.
Akona mpaka PhD.
So the issue of Kenya is not education. Mimi nimesoma naweza relate. No, it's not like that. It is getting the right person. And me, if you ask me, my thinking is that we need to get a constitutional person. That is the only way we meet with the Gen Z and agree on the kind of leadership that we want in the country. Somebody will obey the constitution. But the bottom line of the problems in Kenya is not William Ruto. The bottom line is the Kenyan people who have elected these useless leaders in parliament and the Senate. So even if you get a good leader up there, but if you get MPs and senators who cannot, especially MPs who cannot check the executive, then you are doing a zero work. Hakuna kitu nafanya. So it is a reorganization, re-engineering our thoughts and saying that, hey, my current MP, despite yelling too much that Ruto must go, he has been part of this system for a very long. We have to replace everything is going. Kila mtu anaenda. And that is how we can overhaul the country in 2027.
That is why Mzalendo, more Gen Z should be encouraged to vie even for seats. Unaona Njiru na Mzalendo na Isaac and I think Ellie. More younger people should be pushed and encouraged to vie. Because sababu, we need to bring some new kind of dispensation. Like I'm agreeing with what Isaac is saying. And what Mazarendo is some new level of thinking. Okay, for your information, we have a lot of Gen X and Millennium who think like you, who believe. Every time I say that, I believe that it is possible to provide free, equitable education to Kenyans, mpaka high school, without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation to education. A lot of people will say haiwezekani, but a lot of us believe it is possible. Because we have looked even at the budget of Kenya right now, we've looked at how much they're spending on education and what needs to be done for us to provide that kind of education. So there are a lot of people, we can't be making blanket judgment and dismissal that watu wa tene Njiro wanatuitanga
Hao watu watene, mi nakwambia Julia, mi nakwambia it is so annoying. Hao watu watene, hiyo generation yetu yako ni bure kabisa. Saizi parliament jana juzi wasikiza juzi umekuwa ukipatiwa basari na MP, umekuwa ukipatiwa basari na MP, umekuwa ukiona wamaga huko Shago kwenyu wanapiga magoti wakitafuta check ya shule. How many times does it take for us just to say okay, this is enough, wacha huyu MP apeleke mswada parliament so that we have free secondary education? We have done nothing. Zero. Tunangojea wakati wa siasa ndio tunaanza kupiga kelele.
That's what I'm saying, Mzalendo. There are a lot of us who are thinking like that it is possible. So we cannot make blanket condemnations and dismissal kwamba ati hawa watu watenda juu chenye wanafanya. It is just that we found ourselves with this kind of leaders, and I also agree with you that somehow Kenyans have a role to play for electing them. And in a way, our system is also very corrupt, that people can get even into power through corruption. So we have a lot of things to address in totality. Tuko na shida kubwa. So even as we remove Ruto, we forget the next government. I guess we shall really have to go an extra mile to hold them accountable. Isaac was saying, shall we always be on the streets? Probably, because even the next government, we have put them on their toes. We can't let them go to sleep. Hata kama ni nani, hata kama ni Okiya Omtata, whom will we be working with? We can't let them go to sleep. We have to put them on their toes. And I've been thinking like we have also talked about our constitution, of what gives them so much immense powers. Things like that MPs can sit in parliament and increase their salary. Where is that coming from? Things like SRC. At SRC inakaa siku moja wanaamka wanasema wame increase mishahara ya members of parliament. Where is this coming from? I mean, we have to sit and look at our constitution again. Where are these loopholes that make them so powerful and mwananchi anajisikia ako helpless? Things like that you cannot recall your MP until after 2 years. I don't know. Lazima sijui afanye kazi miaka 2. Yani awakalie na waibie miaka 2 ndio you recall them. I think we need to sit down and look at that. What makes and these paychecks they get, hii mishahara yao mbona ikuwe kubwa hivyo, na si mtu alipo according to their qualification, so that next time we only attract people who are qualified. These specs they get, allowances, sitting allowances, ati mtu MP anapata a whole million extra for sitting allowance in a month. Which government, where do we get that money to pay, that kind of money to pay them when our children cannot go to school? There are a lot of things that we really need to sit down and look at. It is not just saying Ruto ameenda, we want a young person. No, we can have a young idiot in power. It is possible to have a young idiot in power. So it is not even a matter of age. It is, we need to look at the people. Yeah, what are they? What is making these people behave like this? In our allow, where are the loopholes? What has allowed? How come we can't even fire our CJ? You know, how come Kenyans cannot even gather one day and call a referendum? Or, you know, if we call, like, for example, if we call a referendum, it has to go through parliament. It has to go through the same idiots. Now, can we do a referendum without the parliament? Just to recall an MP or to recall the president? We need to look at all those loopholes. Kenya, constitution itusaidia, lakini we need to do something about it so that we don't have those loopholes. So, because whether it is Matiang or Okiya Omtata or is another young person, it is possible to have another young thug or an old thug working with some thugs there. Unaona? And it is, by the way, to prove to you, it is not even age. These young MPs, when you're mengia, how do they behave? This, don't we have some Gen Zs, not Gen Z, millennials in parliament? Behavior yao iko aje? Ama tu iko ya kishenzi pia? Saa zingine, even our constitution, we need to look at it. Where are the loopholes? And especially your allowances. Hii story wa watu kuongezwa mshahara for
Yeah, that is why anaitwaje huyu Pio Lumumba had said that our constitution has reached a place where we need to review it. There is so many things that is happening. Wewe unaona kama sahi the county governments are going to be wamepewa what 450 billion in the budget. Now, even the much that they are getting right now, they can't even account for it. Haya, sasa hivi senator wako akona fund kama CDF. MCA akona fund kama CDF. Women rep akona fund kama CDF. MP yake ni ile ya kawaida, saizi wameweka zote kwa katiba ya Kenya. And the court themselves had said that this thing is illegal, but they still went ahead, amended the constitution, and enshrined it in our constitution. What does that tell you? The kind of impunity that we have in this house. And then look at Ruto is not the problem. The problem is the MPs who are in parliament. That is where our problem is. Because they are supposed to check the executive, the excesses of the executive. If we had a strong parliament, in the first abduction ya kijana wa kwanza kupotea, they would have said no. But we have a weak parliament that are easily compromised. And that is why the executive can get away with so many things. But the only people who rise at the end of the day to say no are the people of Kenya. The people of Kenya stopped Adani. The people of Kenya stopped the finance, the budget 2024. The people of Kenya have stopped so many other things. The people of Kenya made noise when there were this contaminated fertilizer. They have managed to stop so many things from happening. But now, who is the biggest problem in Kenyan politics today? Ruto might rig himself in 2027. Yes, aingie ama tuseme tu ashinde. But if akiingia na the current MPs wale wako sahi, they can even try and change the constitution. They can even manipulate the constitution. So what is important is how do we get ourselves organized with the Gen Zs in a manner that in each and every constituency in Kenya, we have new leadership. That is the messaging that we are pushing in Africa 24. That is the messaging that needs to go out there. That the current leadership in Parliament and in Senate needs to change. The problem is not the head. The problem is the person who is supposed to check the excesses in the executive. Moderator Mena. Julia, channel limeisha. Haya, I think I'm out of here. Hey, if you are watching, if you have not come to our channel, tafadhali tupitieni pale Africa 24. We have a discussion that will be going on in the next hour. So karibuni, mnakaribishwa pia kule.